year I turned 23 was the year I learned just how thin the veil between the normal and the truly unsettling could be. I was working a summer job, a pretty sweet gig for a history major with a love for the outdoors. My role, junior researcher for the state's Historical Preservation Society. Basically, it meant I got to spend my days hiking through forgotten tracts of land, mapping old homesteads, and documenting anything that might tell a story about the pioneers who settled there. It was quiet work, often solitary, but I thrived on it. Give me a tattered old map and a compass, and I was in my element. This particular assignment took me deep into the Cedar Creek Wilderness area, a place notorious for its dense forests and isolated pockets of land that had remained untouched for decades. My task was to survey a quadrant that, according to a fading 1930s forestry map, contained the remnants of a small, forgotten logging camp. The map even hinted at a water source nearby, a common enough feature in these parts. I'd done dozens of these surveys, usually finding little more than crumbling foundations, rusted tools, and the occasional overgrown grave marker. It was routine. I drove my beat-up '98 Pathfinder as far as the gravel road would allow, then hiked the remaining 3 miles, my backpack heavy with a GPS unit, camera, field guide, and enough water and snacks for the day. I was alone as usual. My boss, old Mr. Henderson, always gave me a hard time about it. "You should take a partner, Sarah," he grumbled, polishing his spectacles. "It's not safe out there alone." But I always waved him off. I knew these woods. I was careful. I checked in. What could possibly happen? The air that morning was crisp, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp earth. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the forest floor. It was beautiful, peaceful. The kind of place where you felt disconnected from the hurried world, able to just be. I found the logging camp remains easily enough: a few rotting log structures, a collapsed shed, and a rusted saw blade half buried in the soil. Standard stuff. I took my photos, logged the GPS coordinates, and made my notes, feeling that familiar satisfaction of piecing together a forgotten past. It was when I was packing up, consulting the old map one last time, that I noticed a small, hand-drawn circle near the logging camp, labeled simply, well. It was slightly off my planned route, maybe an extra 15-minute walk. My curiosity, the same drive that led me to this job, nudged me. A well would be a significant find, a central feature of any old settlement. It could tell me more about the people who lived here, how they survived. I decided to make the detour. What was an extra half hour of hiking? The path to the well wasn't really a path at all, just a faint deer trail weaving through dense undergrowth. The forest grew thicker here, the trees older, their branches interlocking overhead to form a natural, shadowy ceiling. The temperature dropped a few degrees and the air grew still, the chirping of birds fading to an almost complete silence. It was a subtle change, barely noticeable, but enough to make the hair on my arms prickle. It felt quieter than it should have been, like the woods were holding their breath. I shrugged it off. Just the deep woods. It happens. But even as I rationalized, a tiny seed of unease began to sprout in the back of my mind, a feeling I couldn't quite place, a prickle of something off. The silence deepened with every step I took away from the logging camp, becoming less peaceful and more oppressive. It wasn't just the absence of bird calls. It was an active quiet, as if the very air had absorbed all sound. The canopy above was so thick here that sunlight struggled to penetrate, leaving the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. Shadows stretched long and distorted, twisting familiar shapes of trees and fallen logs into menacing figures. My footsteps, usually muffled by layers of pine needles and soft earth, now seemed unnaturally loud. each crunch and rustle echoing in the profound stillness. The prickle of unease had evolved into a dull throb at the base of my skull. It wasn't a primal fear yet, more a persistent whisper of wrongness. My rational mind fought it, reminding me that deep woods could be like this, pockets of ecological anomaly, areas where certain species didn't thrive, creating an unusual quiet. But another part of me, the part that had grown up exploring similar landscapes, knew this was different. This wasn't natural. I gripped my GPS unit tighter, its familiar weight a small comfort. The faint deer trail I was following seemed to vanish and reappear, forcing me to rely more on the old map and my own instincts. The vegetation became almost aggressive, thorny bushes snagging at my pants, vines tripping my feet. It felt like the forest itself was trying to hinder my progress, to keep me out. Then, through a particularly dense thicket of elderberry bushes, I saw it. A clearing, small and almost perfectly circular, bathed in an eerie, diffused light that somehow managed to penetrate the thick canopy above it, giving the scene an otherworldly glow. And in the center of that clearing, exactly where the map indicated, stood the well. It wasn't like any well I'd ever seen. Most pioneer wells were simple affairs, a stone-lined hole, perhaps a wooden frame and a bucket on a rope. This one was different. It was constructed of dark, irregular stones, almost basalt-like, fitted together with an unsettling precision that belied its apparent age. The stones weren't weathered. They looked as sharp and unyielding as if they had been quarried yesterday, yet moss clung to their surfaces in ancient, velvety patches. The wellhead was low, barely reaching my waist, and instead of a simple wooden cap or a crank mechanism, it was topped by a single, massive slab of the same dark stone, perfectly flat and unmarked. No rope, no bucket, just a solid, ominous lid. A shiver traced its way down my spine, independent of the temperature, which had dropped further still. The air here was heavy, metallic, like the aftermath of a thunderstorm, yet there was no rain, no lightning, just that strange coppery scent. The clearing itself felt wrong. No wildflowers grew, no fallen leaves littered the ground beneath the well. The earth was bare, compacted, dark, like charcoal, radiating a subtle chill. It felt sterile, dead. I approached cautiously, my boots crunching on the strange, hard ground. My camera was already out, but I hesitated to raise it. This felt less like a historical artifact and more like a grave marker or something alien. Squatting down, I ran a gloved hand over the surface of the well's capstone. It was cold, smooth, almost polished, despite the moss. I tried to push it to see if it would move, but it was impossibly heavy, fixed in place. No visible seams, no handles, no indication of how it might be opened. It seemed sealed, designed to keep something in or perhaps keep something out. My rational mind, the historical researcher, told me to document it as it was, to note its unusual construction and move on. But the primal unease was growing louder, morphing into a genuine sense of dread. There was something profoundly unsettling about this place. No sounds here either, not even the rustle of unseen critters, just the thumping of my own heart in the suffocating quiet. I took my photos, trying to capture the eerie quality of the light, the strange, dark stones. As I zoomed in on the capstone, I noticed a faint etching, almost invisible against the dark stone. It wasn't a letter or a number, but a symbol, a spiral, but not a simple, concentric one. This spiral started wide and coiled inwards, then spiraled outwards again from its center, creating a complex, interlocking pattern that seemed to ripple and shift the longer I looked at it. It looked ancient, older than any pioneer settlement, older than the logging camp. A sudden, sharp crack echoed through the clearing. I jumped, heart hammering against my ribs, spinning around, camera still clutched in my hand. Nothing, just the trees, silent, watching, my breath hitched. It sounded like a twig snapping, but amplified somehow, or like something shifting underground. I straightened up, my gaze sweeping the perimeter of the clearing. That's when I saw them. Faint, almost swallowed by the shadows at the edge of the woods, were what looked like standing stones. Not cairns, not decorative garden features, but rough-hewn slabs of the same dark, basalt-like rock as the well, arranged in a rough circle around the clearing. There were 7 of them, spaced equidistant, each one about 5 or 6 feet tall, weathered but still imposing. They were partially overgrown with thick, blackish ivy, but I could make out their distinct shapes. This was no ordinary well. This was something else entirely, something far older, far more deliberate. My professional curiosity, usually a strong guiding force, was now wrestling with a powerful urge to run. Every instinct screamed at me to get out, to turn around and leave this place behind. But another part of me, the part that sought answers, that thrived on uncovering secrets, was rooted to the spot. I had to know, what was this, who built it, and why here in this forgotten corner of the wilderness? I decided to investigate the standing stones. Keeping the well in my sight, I walked slowly towards the nearest one. As I drew closer, the ivy parted just enough to reveal more carvings on its surface. Not intricate symbols like the one on the well capstone, but simpler, deeper grooves. Lines, lots of lines, carved in various lengths and orientations, some straight, some jagged, some curving. They looked like a primitive form of writing, or perhaps tally marks. Thousands of them, they covered the stone, top to bottom, as if etched over centuries. A chill that had nothing to do with the air temperature snaked up my spine. This wasn't just ancient, it was antediluvian. This felt like a place where the world itself had formed, or where forgotten gods had walked. As I studied the carvings, a faint, almost imperceptible hum started to vibrate through the ground beneath my feet. It was so low, so subtle, I almost dismissed it as my imagination, or perhaps a residual tremor from the earlier crack I'd heard. But it persisted, growing in intensity, a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to originate from the well itself. It wasn't loud, but it was felt more than heard, a pressure in my chest, a vibration in my teeth. The metallic scent in the air intensified, taking on a strange, almost bitter undertone. My heart pounded. This was beyond anything I'd ever encountered. I felt like I was standing on the precipice of something vast and unknown. The rational part of me was screaming, danger, retreat, but the thrill of discovery, the intoxicating lure of the unexplained, held me captive. I pulled out my phone. No signal, of course. Henderson's warnings about a partner echoed in my mind, mocking me. I was utterly alone. I took more photos of the standing stone, trying to capture the details of the carvings, though the low light made it difficult. The humming grew stronger, a persistent drone that vibrated through the earth and into my bones. It felt almost like energy, like something was being powered. My gaze drifted back to the well. The capstone, previously just cold and solid, now seemed to shimmer faintly in the strange light, as if vibrating with the hum. And then I noticed something new, something that made my blood run cold. Around the base of the well, where the dark stones met the dark, barren earth, was a faint, shimmering outline. It looked like a line of pure, concentrated shadow, constantly swirling, shifting, deepening, and then fading, but always there. It was as if the well was casting a shadow inwards, or pulling darkness from the earth itself. My breath hitched. This was not a natural phenomenon, not a trick of the light, not an optical illusion. This was active. Driven by a mix of terror and insatiable curiosity, I slowly walked back towards the well, my eyes fixed on that swirling, shadowy line. As I got closer, the metallic scent became almost overwhelming, mingled now with something else, a faint, cloying sweetness, like decay mixed with overripe fruit. It was sickening. The hum was now a resonant thrum throughout the clearing, feeling like a giant, invisible bell vibrating deep beneath the earth. The very air around the well seemed to coalesce, thickening, becoming almost viscous. I could feel the energy emanating from it, a palpable pressure against my skin. And then, as I stood just a few feet away, something changed. The swirling shadow line around the well's base intensified, solidifying into what looked like a crack, a fissure in the earth itself, glowing with an internal, faint purplish light. And from that crack, a whisper began to emanate. It wasn't a human whisper. It was a cacophony of sounds, a symphony of barely audible clicks, hisses, and low, guttural growls, all layered beneath a continuous, high-pitched whine. It was like listening to 1,000 different insects, animals, and unseen forces all murmuring at once, just at the edge of perception. And within that dreadful symphony, I thought I heard a word, or something approximating a word, repeated endlessly, like a mantra, a low, rasping sound. Yagarl, Yagarl, Yagarl. My blood ran cold. This was not just unsettling. This was terrifying. This was a violation of everything I understood about the natural world. This was an affront to reason. I stumbled back, tripping over my own feet, barely catching myself before I fell. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Seismic activity, a geological phenomenon, an underground cave system with strange acoustics, but none of it fit. The carvings, the standing stones, the perfect, unweathered well, the hum, the light, the smell, the whispers. This was something else, something ancient and malignant. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw at my throat. I had to get out. Now, my archaeological curiosity had been sated, brutally replaced by a desperate need for self-preservation. I turned to flee, but as I did, a sharp, metallic tang filled my mouth, and a sudden, excruciating pain flared behind my eyes. The clearing seemed to spin, the trees blurring into green and black streaks. The humming intensified, piercing my skull, overriding all other senses. The whispers rose to a fever pitch, no longer just a murmur, but an insistent, maddening drone of Yagarl, Harl. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to fight the disorientation, trying to clear my head. When I opened them again, the world had shifted. The clearing was no longer a shadowy twilight. It was bathed in an unholy, violet glow that emanated from the well itself. The swirling shadowline at its base had widened into a glowing chasm, and from within it, tendrils of purplish light writhed and pulsed, reaching out like spectral arms. The air shimmered, warping the outline of the standing stones, making them appear to waver like reflections in disturbed water. And floating in the center of the well, just above the impossibly heavy capstone, was something that wasn't there a moment ago. It was small, no bigger than a human hand, but it pulsed with the same purplish light as the chasm. It was a perfect sphere, blacker than any shadow, absorbing all light, yet simultaneously radiating that eerie glow. And within its depth, I could discern fleeting, impossible shapes, geometric patterns that defied Euclidean space, shifting, dissolving, and reforming in a mesmerizing, horrifying dance. It looked like a window into another dimension, a glimpse of pure chaos condensed into a small, floating orb. My breath caught in my throat. My mind screamed, trying to reconcile this with reality and failing spectacularly. My vision blurred, tears stinging my eyes, not from emotion, but from the sheer, overwhelming sensory input. The humming was now a deafening roar in my ears, the whispers morphing into a guttural chant that seemed to be clawing at the edges of my sanity. My legs finally gave out. I collapsed to my knees on the cold, hard earth, my hands instinctively covering my ears, trying to block out the torment. But the sound wasn't just in my ears, it was in my bones, in my very cells. As I huddled there, paralyzed by terror, a new sensation washed over me. Not a sound, not a sight, but a feeling, a cold, probing presence in my mind. It was alien, vast, and utterly indifferent. It felt like something ancient, something that had witnessed the birth and death of stars, was now casually examining me, a tiny speck of life caught in its vast, cosmic gaze. It wasn't hostile, not actively. It was worse, it was curious. The presence sifted through my thoughts, my memories, my fears with an unnerving ease. I felt exposed, vulnerable, my entire existence laid bare for this unimaginable entity. I tried to fight it, to erect mental barriers, but it was like trying to stop a tsunami with a picket fence. My mind was an open book. It lingered on my childhood memories, on my love for history, on my solitary nature, on my boss Mr. Henderson's gruff warnings. It settled on my longing for understanding, for connection, for unraveling the mysteries of the past. And then it seemed to communicate. Not with words, not with images, but with pure, unadulterated concept. A torrent of information flooded my mind, overwhelming my senses, twisting my perception of reality. I saw flashes of incomprehensible landscapes, of vast, swirling nebulae of cities built from impossible geometries, of beings whose forms defied description, their very existence a paradox. I saw the well not as a simple structure, but as a conduit, a gate, a wound in the fabric of reality itself. And the standing stones, markers, guardians, or perhaps anchors holding something in check. The entity, or whatever was behind the presence, conveyed a sense of vast, unfathomable age. It had been here for eons, long before humans crawled from the primordial soup, long before the earth took its current form. It had seen countless cycles of creation and destruction, and it was hungry. Not for food, not for physical sustenance. It was hungry for essence, for consciousness, for the vibrant, unique spark of life that animated creatures like me. The well wasn't just a gate, it was a feeding trough. The vision intensified, becoming a full-blown hallucination. The clearing around me dissolved. I was no longer in the Cedar Creek wilderness. I was floating in a void, surrounded by countless other wells, each one pulsating with its own unholy light, each one feeding into a central, terrifying maw that yawned in the distance, a cosmic abyss where stars were ground into dust and galaxies were merely crumbs. I saw countless beings, not human, not animal, but something in between or utterly beyond, being drawn into these wells, their forms dissolving, their essences consumed, leaving behind only echoes, whispers, and a profound, chilling emptiness. And I realized with a horrifying clarity that this well, the one I had so casually stumbled upon, was one of them. It was waiting. The pain behind my eyes became unbearable. My head felt like it was going to explode. The whispers coalesced into a single, insistent voice, no longer just a sound, but a direct command echoing in the deepest recesses of my mind. Join us, Sarah. Become one with the endless. Release the fragile cage of your being. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound ripped from my throat, a primal protest against the invasion, against the overwhelming horror. It was a scream born of pure, unadulterated terror, a defiance against the inexorable pull I felt towards the glowing abyss. The scream seemed to break something. The torrent of information, the horrifying visions, the piercing hum, it all fractured, like a mirror shattering into 1,000 pieces. The intense pressure in my mind receded, leaving behind a throbbing emptiness. I gasped for breath, coughing, my lungs burning. My eyes, streaming with tears, struggled to focus. The violet glow was still there, but it was dimmer, less aggressive. The floating orb had sunk back down, just touching the capstone, its light fading to a faint pulse. The chasm at the well's base was still faintly purplish, but the writhing tendrils of light had retracted. The hum was still present, but it had returned to its original low thrum, no longer threatening to tear my brain apart. The clearing was still bathed in that unnatural light, the air still heavy with that metallic, sickly sweet scent. The standing stone still stood, silent and menacing, but the immediate, overwhelming assault on my senses had lessened. I was back in my body, back on the cold, hard ground. My entire body trembled uncontrollably. I was soaked in sweat, shivering, my teeth chattering. Every muscle ached, every nerve ending felt raw and exposed. My mind was a whirlwind of impossible images and terrifying sensations. I had seen, felt, and heard things that should not exist, things that contradicted every scientific and historical principle I held dear. The rational part of me tried to reassert itself, to dismiss it as a hallucination, an adverse reaction to a strange gas, a trick of the light and an overactive imagination. But the memory was too vivid, too real, too deeply etched into the very core of my being. I knew with absolute certainty that what I had experienced was not a dream, not a delusion. It was a glimpse behind the veil, a terrifying communion with something ancient and utterly alien. I scrambled to my feet, my legs wobbly beneath me, threatening to give way. My backpack felt impossibly heavy, my camera a dead weight in my trembling hand. I didn't care about documentation anymore. I didn't care about historical preservation. All I cared about was escape. I turned and fled. I didn't look back. I ran blindly, crashing through the undergrowth, ignoring the thorns that tore at my clothes and scratched my skin. My lungs burned, my legs screamed in protest, but I pushed myself harder, driven by the desperate need to put as much distance as possible between myself and that unholy well. The silence of the forest, which had initially unnerved me, now felt like a suffocating shroud, amplifying the frantic pounding of my heart. The metallic scent seemed to cling to me, a sickening perfume. The faint hum of the well I imagined still vibrated through the earth, chasing me. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sounded like the pursuit of something vast and unseen. The trees, previously passive observers, now seemed to press in on me, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching, clawing. I stumbled and fell multiple times, scraping my knees and hands, but I immediately pushed myself up, fueled by adrenaline and terror. I just had to get back to my Pathfinder, back to civilization, back to the world where things made sense, where ancient wells were just ancient wells and not conduits to cosmic horror. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes of frantic, desperate running, I burst out of the thickest part of the woods and found the faint deer trail again. It was still faint, still overgrown, but it felt like a highway compared to the pathless wilderness I'd just fled. I followed it, no longer caring about direction, just driven by the instinct to get away, to reach a place where the sun shone bright and the birds sang, a place where sanity still held sway. The trees gradually began to thin, the canopy opened up, and patches of sunlight dappled the forest floor once more. I could hear the distant chirping of birds, faint at first, then growing louder, a symphony of normal, natural sounds that brought a fresh wave of relief and a sob to my throat. The oppressive quiet lifted, replaced by the familiar sounds of the living forest. The metallic scent began to fade, replaced by the comforting smell of pine and damp earth. I didn't slow down until I reached the faint outlines of the logging camp. the rotten log structures and rusted tools now seeming almost welcoming in their mundane familiarity. I paused there, leaning against a decaying wall, gasping for breath, my chest heaving. My entire body ached, but the immediate, soul-shattering terror had begun to recede, leaving behind a profound exhaustion and a deep, cold dread that settled in my stomach. I was out, I was safe, but the images, the sounds, the feelings of that place were seared into my mind. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that my world had just been irrevocably altered. I had seen something that man was not meant to see, encountered a truth that would haunt me for the rest of my days. My GPS unit, which I had forgotten I was still clutching, suddenly beeped, a cheerful, entirely incongruous sound in the aftermath of my terror. It was indicating I was back on my planned route, just a short distance from where I deviated, the logging camp, the starting point of my nightmare. I needed to get to my car. I needed to call Mr. Henderson, even though I knew I could never explain what had truly happened. I needed to be around people, to hear human voices, to anchor myself back in reality, however fragile that reality now felt. My legs, though still shaky, found a new reserve of strength. I pushed myself away from the crumbling log wall and began the 3-mile hike back to my Pathfinder, moving with a speed I hadn't known I possessed, my backpack thumping rhythmically against my back. Every shadow seemed to hold a fleeting glimpse of the purple light, every rustle of leaves a whisper of Yagarl. I kept my eyes fixed on the faint path ahead, not daring to look behind me, terrified of what I might see or what might be following. The sun was higher now, its warmth a welcome balm on my skin, chasing away some of the chill that still permeated my bones. The forest, in its vast, indifferent beauty, slowly began to reassert its normal rhythms. Squirrels chattered, birds sang, and the gentle breeze rustled through the leaves. It was the same forest I had entered this morning, but I was not the same person. The image of that floating black sphere, the impossible geometries, the chilling whispers, the vast, cold intelligence, it was all swirling in my mind, an insidious poison that had seeped into my consciousness. I had always believed in the tangible, the verifiable, the historical. Now I had encountered something that defied all categories, something that shattered the very foundations of my worldview. When I finally caught sight of my beat-up 98 Pathfinder through the trees, glinting reassuringly in the afternoon sun, a wave of profound relief washed over me so strong that my knees nearly buckled again. It was a beacon of normalcy, a lifeline back to the world I understood. I practically fell into the driver's seat, fumbling with the keys, my hands still trembling so violently that it took several tries to get the key into the ignition. The engine coughed to life, a rough, comforting roar that filled the cab, chasing away the lingering echoes of the well's hum. I didn't bother to adjust the seat or grab a snack from my backpack. I just put the car in reverse, spun it around on the gravel road, and floored the accelerator, sending a spray of loose stones flying. I drove faster than I ever had on that winding, rutted track, the dust plume rising behind me like a desperate plea for escape. The tires crunched over the gravel, the familiar vibrations a testament to the solidity of the earth beneath me, the reality of the car around me. As I sped away from the Cedar Creek wilderness, the dark, towering trees slowly receding in my rearview mirror, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. I would never return to that well, and I would never be the same again. The veil, as I had once thought of it, wasn't thin at all. It was ripped, and I had stared into the void beyond. The real question wasn't if I could forget what I saw, but if it would ever truly let me go. The drive back from Cedar Creek was a blur of gravel and terror. My 98 Pathfinder, usually a trusty companion on these solitary expeditions, felt like a flimsy shell, barely separating me from the unimaginable horror I'd left behind. Every shadow stretching across the road, every rustle of leaves in the passing woods, sent a fresh wave of adrenaline coursing through me. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white, my eyes darting frantically between the road ahead and the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a shimmering purple glow or a writhing tendril of darkness pursuing me. The hum was gone, or at least the physical sensation of it tearing at my brain was, but a phantom echo resonated in my ears, a low, persistent thrumming that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. And the scent, that sickeningly sweet metallic odor, it clung to me, a pervasive memory of decay and something far worse. I rolled down all the windows, letting the wind whip through the cab, hoping to scour the smell from my clothes, my hair, my very pores. It was useless. It was in, mate. My phone blessedly regained signal as I finally hit the paved highway, miles away from the wilderness boundary. The screen glowed with several missed calls and a text from Mr. Henderson. "Sarah, are you all right? Haven't heard from you. Call me." My heart jumped. I'd been so consumed by panic, I'd completely forgotten to check in. What time was it? The sun was already dipping towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. Hours had passed, hours of that. My hand still trembled as I dialed Mr. Henderson's number. It rang twice, then his gruff voice answered, laced with clear concern. "Sarah, thank God. Are you all right? Where are you? I was about to call the sheriff." I'm fine, Mr. Henderson," I stammered, my voice sounding weak and reedy, completely alien to my own ears. "Just ran into some trouble, lost track of time." "Trouble? What kind of trouble? Did you fall, injure yourself?" he pressed, his usual irritation replaced by genuine worry. "No, nothing like that," I said, trying to steady my voice. How could I explain? Oh, just found an ancient, sentient well that tried to eat my soul and showed me visions of cosmic horrors. Yeah, that would go over well. It was a strange geological formation, threw off my GPS, and I think I had a bit of a panic attack, lost my bearings. It was a pathetic lie, barely clinging to the edges of believability, but it was all I had. He grunted, "A panic attack, you Sarah, you're usually as steady as a rock. Well, I'm glad you're safe. Get back to town. We'll talk in the morning. And don't you dare go back there alone, you hear?" "Yes, Mr. Henderson, I hear you." I hung up, relief washing over me, followed swiftly by a fresh wave of guilt. I had lied to him, not just about the panic attack, but about the profound, world-shattering truth of what I had found. How could I ever tell anyone? Who would believe me? They'd think I'd cracked, gone mad from too much solitude in the woods. The journey home was punctuated by these internal battles. My rational mind, the history major, the logical researcher, desperately tried to find a hook, a scientific explanation, anything to latch onto. But the impossible geometries, the ancient intelligence, the chant of Yagarl, these were not things that bent to logic. They were things that broke it. By the time I pulled into the parking lot of my small apartment complex, the last vestiges of daylight were fading. My old Pathfinder, usually a comforting sight, now seemed like a fragile vessel that had barely escaped a storm of unimaginable proportions. My legs were still shaky as I climbed the 2 flights of stairs to my apartment, the familiar smell of stale popcorn and cheap disinfectant doing little to ground me. Inside my apartment was a haven of mundane normalcy. My bookshelf, filled with history texts and archaeological journals, seemed to mock the recent revelations. My worn sofa, the stack of unread novels, the half-finished cup of coffee on the counter, all were remnants of a life that felt impossibly distant, a life lived before the veil was torn. I locked the door, then locked it again and again, driven by a desperate, irrational need for security. I drew the curtains, sealing myself in, trying to create a fortress against the encroaching darkness, both real and imagined. I took a long, scalding hot shower, scrubbing my skin raw, trying to wash away the clinging scent, the phantom vibrations. But it was no use. The metallic tang still lingered on my tongue. The hum still echoed in the hollow spaces of my mind. That night was a torment. Sleep refused to come, chased away by vivid, recurring images. The well glowing purple, the swirling shadow line, the black sphere, the impossible geometries, and the whispers, always the whispers, coalescing into that dreadful mantra, Yagarl, Yagarl. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, my heart hammering, every creak of the old building, every distant siren snapping me to full alert. Was it still out there? Was it watching? Could it reach me even here miles away? The cold, probing presence I had felt in my mind, the vast, indifferent intelligence, had it truly receded, or was it merely biding its time? By dawn, I was a wreck. My eyes were burning, my head throbbed, and my body felt like it had been run over by a truck. I called Mr. Henderson again, my voice hoarse. I won't be in today, Mr. Henderson. I'm still not feeling well. That panic attack really took it out of me. Take 2 days, Sarah, he said, sounding genuinely sympathetic. You sounded pretty shaken yesterday. Rest up. We can push back the survey schedule. I mumbled my thanks and hung up, burying my face in my hands. 2 days. How could 2 days possibly erase what I had seen, what I had felt? The next few days were a blur of restless sleeplessness, forced attempts at normalcy, and a pervasive sense of unreality. I tried to eat, but the food tasted like ash in my mouth. I tried to read, but the words swam on the page, meaningless gibberish compared to the torrent of cosmic knowledge that had been forced into my mind. I found myself pacing the apartment, my gaze constantly drawn to the windows, to the flimsy curtains that were my only barrier against a world that now held unimaginable terrors. The headaches became a constant companion, a dull throb behind my eyes that occasionally flared into blinding pain, particularly when my mind strayed back to the well. And the hum, it was still there, not as intensely as in the clearing, but a subtle, insidious vibration beneath the surface of all other sounds. Was it real, or was I just imagining it, a permanent imprint of the traumatic experience? I couldn't tell. My perception of reality felt warped, like looking through a funhouse mirror. I tried to rationalize. I spent hours online, searching for unusual geological formations, ancient standing stones, unexplained phenomena in Cedar Creek. I delved into folklore, ancient myths, cryptozoology, even fringe science theories. Nothing, absolutely nothing remotely described what I had encountered. No records of strange wells or pulsating purple chasms. No accounts of cosmic entities communicating through impossible geometries. It was as if the place, the entity, was utterly unique, an anomaly that defied all categorization. The isolation became a problem. I couldn't bring myself to see anyone. How could I face my friends, chat about mundane things, when my mind was reeling with visions of multiversal wells and hungry, ancient intelligences? Their concerns about work or relationships would seem trivial, absurd even. I felt profoundly alone, separated from humanity by an invisible, unbreachable wall of terrifying knowledge. One afternoon, desperate for a distraction, I forced myself to go to the grocery store. The bright fluorescent lights felt harsh on my eyes, and the cacophony of sounds, the squeak of shopping carts, the muffled chatter of people, the distant music was overwhelming. I felt hypersensitive, my nerves frayed. Everything seemed too loud, too bright, too much. As I pushed my cart down an aisle, a woman brushed past me, and I caught a faint whiff of her perfume. It was sweet, floral, but beneath it, my heightened senses detected a subtle, sickening undertone, a phantom echo of that metallic, cloying scent from the well. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. Was it real, or was my mind playing tricks on me? I hurried through the rest of my shopping, clutching my purse tightly, feeling an irrational urge to flee. Back in the supposed safety of my apartment, the signs began to escalate. They were subtle at first, easy to dismiss. A book falling off a shelf with no apparent cause, a lamp flickering for a moment, then returning to normal. My old radio, playing softly in the kitchen, suddenly emitting a burst of static, followed by a low, guttural sound that could have been a distorted voice before reverting to music. I tried to tell myself it was just an old building, faulty wiring, my own exhausted imagination. But the pattern began to emerge. The incidents always happened when I was alone, when my mind was wandering, when I was least expecting them. And they always happened around objects I was looking at or thinking about. It felt less like random occurrences and more like a playful, almost mocking presence. The dreams, though, were the most terrifying. They were no longer just replays of the clearing. They evolved, became more invasive, more insidious. I would find myself back at the well, but this time I wasn't an observer. I was being pulled towards it, an irresistible force drawing me closer to the shimmering purple chasm. The black sphere would pulse, growing larger, until it filled my vision, and I would feel that cold, probing presence sifting through my mind once more. And the voice, it wasn't just a whisper in the dream anymore. It was clear, resonant, echoing in the vast emptiness of my dreamscape. Yagarl, come to us, join the endless dance. It was less a command and more an invitation, a seductive, horrifying promise of ultimate knowledge and dissolution. I would wake up screaming, drenched in sweat, the word Yagarl still vibrating on my lips. One morning, after a particularly vivid nightmare where I saw countless identical wells spread across a desolate red landscape, each one pulsing with malevolent light, I noticed something strange in my periphery. I was making coffee, my mind still hazy from lack of sleep, when my gaze fell upon the condensation on the window pane. There, etched into the fog, was a perfect, intricate spiral. The same complex, interlocking spiral from the well capstone. My blood ran cold. I hadn't drawn it. I hadn't even touched the window. I stared at it, my heart pounding, then wiped it away with a trembling finger. A trick of the light, my sleep-deprived brain projecting images. I rationalized it away, but the seed of doubt, of dread, had been firmly planted. The spirals began to appear elsewhere, a pattern in the condensation on my bathroom mirror, a faint scorch mark on the bottom of a pan I swore I had cleaned thoroughly, a swirl in the foam of my coffee that seemed too deliberate, too perfect. Each time I dismissed it, then felt a growing sense of unease. It was like the well, or whatever was connected to it, was leaving its mark, reaching out, reminding me of its existence. I started to feel paranoid. I felt watched, even in my own apartment. I would catch glimpses of movement in the corner of my eye, shadows deepening just a little too quickly. The silence of the apartment, once comforting, now felt heavy, expectant, as if something was holding its breath, waiting for me. The thought of going back to work, to my routine, was unbearable. How could I pretend to care about pioneer homesteads when I knew there were things far older, far more terrifying, lurking beneath the surface of the world? My passion for history, for uncovering the past, had been poisoned by this encounter. I had found a truth so profound and horrific that it rendered all other truths meaningless. A week passed, a slow, agonizing crawl through a waking nightmare. I was a ghost in my own life, barely functioning, consumed by fear and the relentless whispers in my dreams. I hadn't left my apartment except for that one ill-fated trip to the grocery store. My phone rang occasionally, Mr. Henderson checking in again, a friend wondering where I disappeared to, but I ignored them all. I couldn't face anyone. I couldn't pretend. One evening, as twilight settled over the city, casting long shadows across my living room, the power flickered violently. Not just a momentary dip, but a series of rapid blinks that plunged the apartment into darkness, then light, then darkness again. My appliances hummed, buzzed, then went silent before sputtering back to life. My breath hitched. This wasn't normal. This wasn't faulty wiring. The air grew heavy, charged with a familiar metallic tang. And beneath the sudden silence of the city, the hum returned, clearer now, a resonant thrum vibrating through the floorboards, up through my very bones. My gaze was drawn to the blank television screen in the corner of the room. As I watched, a faint, purplish light began to emanate from its surface, barely visible at first, then growing steadily. It swirled, coalescing, forming the unmistakable pattern of the complex spiral, glowing with an internal violet luminescence. The whispers began, not just in my mind, but from the air itself, from the very walls around me. A cacophony of clicks, hisses, and guttural growls, layered with that high-pitched whine. And through it all, clear as day, rising from the heart of the glowing spiral on the TV screen, the insistent, maddening chant, Yagarl, Yagarl, Yagarl. My hands flew to my ears, but it was useless. The sound was everywhere, inside me, outside me. The purplish light intensified, filling the room with an unholy glow that distorted the familiar furniture, making shadows writhe like living things. The air grew thick, viscous, pressing in on me, stealing my breath. I felt that cold, probing presence in my mind again, sharper this time, more focused. It wasn't curious anymore. It felt impatient. My vision blurred not from tears, but from the sheer assault on my senses. The walls of my apartment seemed to melt, to shimmer, revealing fleeting glimpses of impossible landscapes, swirling nebulae, structures of non-Euclidean angles, distant, indifferent stars. I was no longer in my living room. I was everywhere and nowhere. The voice, the one that had echoed in my dreams, now spoke directly into my mind, a vast, resonant chord that threatened to shatter my very being. The gate is restless, Sarah. The tether thins. You saw, you felt. You know the truth. Join us. Embrace the unending. A horrifying understanding dawned on me. It wasn't just a memory haunting me. It wasn't just residual trauma. The well was calling me. It was reaching out, extending its tendrils of influence, pulling me back into its terrifying embrace. The gap in the veil wasn't just a one-time tear. It was a permanent breach, and I was caught on the wrong side. I stumbled backwards, tripping over a rug, falling hard onto the floor. My head hit the hardwood with a sickening thud, sending stars exploding behind my eyes, momentarily drowning out the purple glow and the maddening whispers. The pain was sharp, grounding, a desperate anchor to my physical reality. It was enough. A flicker of defiance sparked within me, a desperate, primal refusal to yield. No, I wouldn't go willingly. I wouldn't surrender. I had survived once. I could survive again. My body screamed in protest, but I forced myself up, scrambling to my feet. My gaze swept around the room, searching for an escape, anything to break the spell. My backpack, still discarded by the door since my return, caught my eye, and within it, my old, beat-up camera. A desperate, irrational thought formed in my mind. Evidence. I needed evidence. Not for Mr. Henderson, not for science, but for myself. A tangible piece of proof that I hadn't gone insane, that this was real. If I was going to fight this, I needed to know what I was fighting. With trembling hands, I fumbled for the camera, pulling it out. The purplish light from the TV screen pulsed, the whispers crescendoing, seeming to mock my futile attempts. I pointed the camera at the screen, its small, familiar weight a strange comfort in my shaking grip. I pressed the shutter button. The flash fired, a blinding burst of white light that momentarily banished the violet glow, sending a ripple through the air, causing the whispers to falter, to recede, as if struck by a physical blow. In that fleeting moment of silence, of white light, the metallic scent seemed to dissipate. The hum lessened. The pressure in my mind eased. It was only for an instant, but it was enough. The camera's digital screen showed the image I had just captured. A blurry, overexposed shot of my living room, but clearly visible in the center of the frame, was the television screen, its surface glowing with that unmistakable, intricate purple spiral. Undeniable proof. The defiance hardened into resolve. I had seen the void and it had seen me, but I was still here, and I had proof. The light from the screen returned, the whispers resumed, but they felt weaker now, less overwhelming. The cold, probing presence in my mind was still there, but it felt distant, as if my desperate act had created a momentary barrier. I clutched the camera to my chest, its plastic shell a barrier against the onslaught. I wasn't going to break. I wasn't going to let it consume me. I was Sarah, a history researcher, and I was going to fight. But how? How do you fight something that exists beyond human comprehension? Something that wields cosmic forces? How do you fight a hungry well that is calling to your very soul? I had to understand it. I had to find a way to stop it. And I knew with a terrible certainty that my journey wasn't over. It had only just begun. The veil was ripped, and I was on the wrong side, but I wasn't going to be dragged into the void without a fight. I needed to learn more, to find others, if there were any, who had encountered such things. I needed to find a way to close that gate, to silence the whispers, to sever the connection that now bound me to the ancient terror in the Cedar Creek wilderness. My gaze fell on my laptop, sitting innocent on the desk. Maybe there were others. Maybe somewhere in the dark corners of the internet, in forgotten texts, in whispered legends, there was a clue, a weapon, a defense. My fear was still palpable, a cold knot in my stomach, but beneath it a new feeling was stirring, a grim determination. The hunt for history had become a desperate struggle for survival, and I was armed with a camera, a laptop, and a horrifying truth. The camera, clutched tight against my chest, felt less like a shield and more like a talisman. Its flash had momentarily repelled the oppressive darkness, its digital screen offering a sliver of tangible proof. The purple glow on the TV screen still pulsed. The whispers still clawed at the edges of my sanity, but they felt muted, like an echo of a scream rather than the scream itself. I was still here. I was still Sarah, and I was going to fight. My laptop, sitting innocently on the desk, became my first battlefield. My hands, though still trembling, moved with a newfound purpose. Fear was still a cold knot in my stomach, but a spark of grim determination had ignited, fueled by the image on my camera. This wasn't insanity. This was real. And if it was real, there had to be an answer. I started with the obvious, typing Yagarl into the search bar. The internet, that vast repository of human knowledge and nonsense, returned nothing. Misspellings, obscure gaming references, fantasy novel snippets, but nothing that resonated with the ancient, cosmic horror I had faced. I added standing stones, purple glow, cosmic entity, ancient evil, unknown civilization. The results were a deluge of fringe theories, creepypasta, and genuine archaeological finds that bore no resemblance to my experience. Days bled into nights in a haze of caffeine, fear, and furious typing. My apartment became a hermit's cave, the curtains drawn, the only light emanating from my laptop screen and the occasional, unsettling pulse of violet from the television, which I now kept unplugged when not actively trying to capture an image. I barely ate, barely slept, consumed by the hunt. The hum was a constant, low thrum beneath everything, a subtle vibration that felt like a permanent imprint on my nervous system. The metallic, sickly sweet scent would occasionally waft through the room, making my stomach churn. The spirals continued to appear, on dusty surfaces, in the condensation of a glass of water, once even etched into the steam on the bathroom mirror while I showered. They were faint, ephemeral, but undeniably there, a constant reminder that I was being watched, that the connection remained. I photographed each one, adding them to a growing gallery on my camera, a portfolio of the impossible. The physical exhaustion was profound, but the mental torment was worse. The dreams persisted, growing more vivid, more insistent. I was always at the well, being drawn closer, the black sphere expanding, consuming, and the voice always the voice, resonating in the void of my dreamscape. Yagarl, come to us, join the endless dance. Each morning, I would wake gasping, the word Yagarl, a choked utterance on my lips, my body drenched in cold sweat. My rational mind, the part that had spent years meticulously researching historical data, was in constant conflict with the horrifying reality I now inhabited. It was a cognitive dissonance so extreme it threatened to unravel me. I found myself muttering arguments to myself, trying to dissect the impossible, to find a scientific explanation for non-Euclidean geometries and ancient, hungry intelligences. It was fruitless. Eventually, the mainstream internet ran dry. I descended into the deeper, darker corners of the web. Obscure forums, long-abandoned websites dedicated to paranormal investigation, forgotten academic papers hinting at cult activities, old Usenet groups discussing unseen forces. The further I delved, the more cryptic and disturbing the information became. I sifted through mountains of conspiracy theories, outright hoaxes, and genuinely disturbed ramblings. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack, only the haystack was on fire and full of venomous snakes. Then, on the third night of this relentless research, just as the sun was hinting at dawn, I found it. An archived post on a long-defunct forum called Whispers of the Void, dated 15 years ago. The username was Watcher in the Green. The post began, "My journey took me to the forgotten places, where the earth still remembers what sleeps beneath. I sought the ancient markers, the nexus points, and I found one deep in the old Cedar Creek wilderness. A well not of this world, guarded by silent stones. It hums, it calls, and within its depths the name whispers, Yagarl. It seeks consciousness, it seeks to break the tether." My breath caught in my throat. Every word was a hammer blow of recognition. Cedar Creek, the well, the humming, Yagarl. It wasn't a hallucination. Someone else had seen it. Someone else had known. The post went on, detailing similar sensations. The purple light, the impossible geometries, the mental intrusion. Watcher in, the green described the experience with a chilling clarity that resonated with my own trauma. This person wasn't just rambling, they had experienced it. They even mentioned a specific symbol, a spiral that coils inward and then outward, a sign of endless recursion. The exact symbol on the capstone. There were only a handful of replies to the post, mostly skeptical, a few pitying, and one from a user named Oracle Ascendant, simply stating, "You have glimpsed the truth, Watcher. Beware the tether, seek knowledge of the wards. The Grey Library holds forgotten texts. The Guardians still stand." The Grey Library, the Guardians, wards, these were new terms, new threads to pull. Hope, cold and fragile, flickered within me. I wasn't alone. I spent the next 48 hours chasing these new leads. The Gray Library proved elusive. It wasn't a public institution. Online searches led to vague references in obscure occult texts, hushed mentions in forums dedicated to esoteric knowledge, and a few encrypted digital archives that I couldn't access. It seemed to be a private collection, perhaps even a metaphorical one. Guardians was equally vague, producing results ranging from ancient mythical figures to modern-day conspiracy groups. However, the mention of wards alongside them suggested protectors, or perhaps defenses against something. My research deepened, dragging me further into a world I never knew existed. I read about ancient civilizations, forgotten gods, interdimensional travel, and quantum physics theories that verged on magic. I learned terms like psionic resonance, ethereal planes, and eldritch entities. The language of the impossible slowly began to form a terrifying framework for what I had experienced. I tried to reach out to Watcher in the Green and Oracle Ascendant through the defunct forum's messaging system, but my messages bounced back, the accounts long inactive. It was a dead end, a flicker of light extinguished, but they had given me a direction. The entities continued their subtle assault. The hum became a low, insidious presence even when I wasn't actively thinking about it. Objects in my apartment would shift when my back was turned, just slightly. A book on a shelf, facing the wrong way. A photo frame askew. My keys moved from the hook to the table. It was never anything dramatic, just enough to make me question my sanity, to remind me that I was never truly alone. One evening, as I stared at the glowing spiral on my unplugged TV screen, contemplating its impossible nature, the air in my apartment grew cold, unnaturally so, even though it was late summer. The metallic scent intensified, and the hum became a distinct vibration in the floor. My laptop screen, displaying a particularly cryptic article about tethers and dimensional breaches, began to flicker. Then the spiral on the TV screen didn't just glow, it began to ripple, like water disturbed by an unseen stone. The purplish light intensified, filling the room, painting the walls in an unholy hue, and from the center of the rippling spiral, a sound emerged. It wasn't the cacophony of whispers from the well, nor the resonant voice from my dreams. This was different, a low, wet, slithering sound, accompanied by a soft, insistent tap, tap, tap. It sounded like something was trying to push its way through. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. This wasn't just a psychic intrusion anymore. This was a physical manifestation, a breach in the mundane reality of my living room. The entity was pushing through, using the television as a conduit, mirroring the well's function. I stumbled back, knocking over my chair, my heart hammering against my ribs. My gaze darted frantically around the room. The apartment felt suffocating, filled with the presence of something vast and alien. The air grew thick, making it hard to breathe. The tap, tap, tap grew louder, more insistent, accompanied by a faint scraping sound. I looked at the television, paralyzed by a terrible fascination. The rippling spiral was now a vortex of purplish light, drawing my eyes into its swirling depths. And then, at the very center of the vortex, a tiny, dark pinprick appeared, slowly expanding, elongating. It looked like a crack in reality, growing wider, darker. The cold, probing presence in my mind returned, stronger than ever, no longer just observing, but actively seeking, pulling. Come, Sarah, the gate opens. The world is but a dream, and you shall awaken. The words echoed in my skull, not as sounds, but as pure, raw thought, overwhelming my own consciousness. A desperate, primal scream tore from my throat, a cry of defiance against the inevitable. My eyes, stinging with unbidden tears, landed on my camera, still lying on the floor where I had dropped it. The flash, it had repelled it before. With a surge of adrenaline, I lunged for the camera, my fingers fumbling for the power button. The slithering and tapping intensified from the TV, a nauseating squelch accompanying the expanding darkness. The purplish light pulsed violently, threatening to engulf me. I gripped the camera, raised it, and aimed it directly at the burgeoning darkness on the screen. My thumb slammed down on the shutter button. The flash exploded, a blinding, searing white light that filled the room, annihilating the purple glow. The slithering, tapping, and squelching sounds instantly ceased, cut off mid-process. The overwhelming presence in my mind fractured, receding like a tide. When my vision cleared, the television screen was dark, blank, normal. The power flickered once more, then settled. The hum was still there, but distant, and the metallic scent faded, replaced by the familiar staleness of my apartment. I stood there, gasping, trembling uncontrollably, the camera still clutched in my hand. The image on its screen was a stark white rectangle, overexposed to oblivion, but it had worked, again. This wasn't just a haunting, it was an active attempt at contact, at retrieval. And my camera, this mundane piece of technology, seemed to be a temporary ward. Why? The sheer, focused light of the flash, a sudden burst of energy. I had no idea, but it was all I had. I knew then that I couldn't stay in the apartment. The entity was actively trying to reach me, and it was getting closer. The TV was merely a screen, but what would be next? My reflection in a window, my own shadow. I was becoming a beacon, a portal. I packed a small bag, essentials, clothes, water, some non-perishable food, my laptop, my camera, a first aid kit, and the printed out research papers. I emptied my small savings account at an ATM, withdrew all the cash I could, and left my apartment. No note, no explanation, just a desperate flight from a horror that transcended physical space. My beat-up Pathfinder, my trusty escape vehicle, became my temporary home. I drove aimlessly for hours, putting miles between myself and the city, between myself and Cedar Creek. I needed to think to find a next step. The information about the Gray Library and the Guardians nagged at me. They were my only lead, however tenuous. My journey took me to small-town libraries, independent bookstores, and eventually to university archives further afield. I couldn't just walk in and ask for forbidden texts about cosmic wells. I had to be subtle, to pretend I was researching folklore, regional myths, or obscure religious practices. The process was slow, painstaking, and utterly exhausting. Each dead end was a fresh wave of despair, each small discovery a flicker of desperate hope. I started to piece together fragments. The term Gray Library appeared occasionally, usually in hushed tones, sometimes as Librarium Umbrarum. It wasn't a physical place in the traditional sense, but a collection, a network of hidden knowledge, guarded by individuals who called themselves scribes or archivists. They collected, preserved, and often hid information deemed too dangerous for general consumption. The Guardians were even more obscure. Sometimes they were described as ancient orders, sometimes as individuals chosen by fate, sometimes as simply those who had witnessed and survived. Their purpose was to protect humanity from what lay beyond the veil, to keep the gates closed, the entities at bay. But their methods and their identities remained shrouded in mystery. The deeper I delved, the more I understood the scale of the threat. Yagarl, or names similar to it, often just a guttural sound or an untranslatable symbol, appeared in multiple texts, associated with a class of entities that existed outside linear time and conventional space. They were described as eaters of thought, consumers of essence, beings whose existence predated the universe, dreaming in the void and occasionally stirring, seeking to breach reality. The wells were their mouths, their anchors, their gateways. One afternoon in a dusty corner of a university library, I stumbled upon an old, leather-bound book, its title faded to illegibility. It was written in a cramped, archaic script, mostly Latin, with strange symbols interspersed throughout. I scanned it, my heart pounding, looking for anything that resembled what I knew, and then I found it. A passage translated roughly spoke of the black sun, the hungry deep, that which whispers the name Yagarl. Below it, a crude drawing of a well, surrounded by 7 standing stones, and on the capstone, the unmistakable complex spiral. Beneath the drawing, a single clear line. To close the path, the 7 must align. The ritual of sealing requires a sacrifice of light, a truth uncovered, and a will unbound. My mind reeled, a ritual, sacrifice of light, a truth uncovered. This was no longer just about survival, it was about stopping it. But what sacrifice, what truth, what will? The book also contained vague references to a specific location, a hidden enclave, a sanctum of watchers nestled deep within the Cascade Mountains, an area known for its isolated communities and ancient forests. It suggested that if one were truly lost, if one had seen beyond the curtain, they might find guidance there if they could prove themselves worthy or desperate enough. It wasn't a direct address, but a series of cryptic directions, clues based on natural landmarks and constellations. This was it, my only hope. The risk was immense, the instructions vague, but staying put was no longer an option. The dreams were growing more intense, more possessive. The entity was clearly frustrated by my resistance, by my continued existence outside its grasp. The camera flashes were growing less effective, requiring more frequent use, the respite shorter. I could feel it subtly, pulling at the edges of my consciousness, a constant, nagging drain on my will. I drove west towards the Cascades. The journey was long, a blur of highway and desolate backroads. I slept in my car, ate cold food, and kept a vigilant watch. Every shadow felt like a threat, every distant hum a whisper of Yagarl. The fear never left me, but it was now laced with a steely resolve. I had a destination, a purpose. The instructions from the book were maddeningly vague. Follow the river that flows from the tear in the sky, where the ancient guardians of stone look towards the setting sun. I spent days hiking, following rivers, consulting old maps, cross-referencing celestial alignments with geological features. My history major skills, once used for mapping old homesteads, were now employed in a desperate, esoteric scavenger hunt. I found myself in increasingly remote terrain, dense forests giving way to craggy peaks. The air grew thinner, the silence more profound, but it was a natural silence, devoid of the oppressive weight of Cedar Creek. Still, the metallic tang occasionally returned, a ghost on the wind, a reminder of the insidious connection. One evening, as the sun dipped below a jagged mountain ridge, painting the sky in fiery hues, I stood on a high pass, exhausted and disheartened. I had followed what I thought was the correct river, but it had led to nothing but an impenetrable thicket. As I watched the sunset, my gaze fell upon a cluster of weathered rock formations on an opposing ridge. They were naturally occurring, but their shapes, eroded by wind and time, seemed to form crude, sentinel-like figures gazing westward. Where the ancient guardians of stone look towards the setting sun. My heart leaped. This had to be it. The tear in the sky was probably a large, distinctive waterfall I had seen upstream, where the river seemed to burst directly from a sheer cliff face. I spent the next day making my way towards the Guardians of Stone, a brutal climb over loose scree and through thick, thorny brush. By late afternoon, I reached the ridge. The rock formations were indeed imposing, like ancient, silent sentinels carved by giants. As I moved around them, following the setting sun's light as it illuminated their western faces, I noticed something hidden behind the largest formation. A narrow crevice, almost completely overgrown with thick, dark moss and tenacious ivy. It was too perfect, too hidden. My instincts screamed both trap and answer. I hesitated, pulling out my camera. I had taken hundreds of photos since leaving my apartment, documenting everything: strange rock formations, unusual plant life, even just the ordinary beauty of the wilderness. A desperate attempt to anchor myself in the tangible world. But now this. I squeezed through the crevice, scraping my backpack against the rough rock. It opened into a small, winding tunnel, barely wide enough for me to pass. The air inside was cool and damp, carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, something vaguely familiar, but not quite. Not the metallic tang of the well, but a different, more organic smell, like old paper and dried herbs. The tunnel sloped downwards, winding deeper into the mountain. I used my phone's flashlight, its beam dancing across the rough-hewn walls. The going was slow, but after about 10 minutes, the tunnel opened into a surprisingly large cavern. My jaw dropped. It wasn't a natural cavern. The walls were smooth, carved from the living rock, forming shelves and alcoves. And those shelves were filled with books, thousands of them, stacks upon stacks of leather-bound volumes, scrolls, clay tablets, even what looked like strange metallic cylinders. Maps unrolled on stone tables, faded parchments covered in symbols, ancient artifacts nestled amongst the tomes. The air was thick with the smell of old paper, dust, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of ozone, like the aftermath of a distant lightning strike. This was it, the gray library. My fear for a moment was forgotten, replaced by a profound sense of awe and a desperate, surging hope. Here, in this hidden sanctum, perhaps I would find the answers I needed. As I took a hesitant step into the cavern, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the shadows, making me jump. "Welcome, Sarah. We have been expecting you." I spun around, my heart hammering. Standing in the entrance of a smaller, adjoining tunnel was a figure. He was tall, lean, with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of centuries. His face was weathered, lined, and his long, silver hair was tied back with a simple leather thong. He wore simple, functional clothes, a dark tunic and trousers, but they seemed to possess a timeless quality, as if they had been worn for a very long time. He was old, ancient perhaps, but his gaze was sharp, intelligent, piercing. He held a staff carved from dark wood, topped with a crystal that shimmered faintly in the dim light. How did you know my name?" I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. He smiled, a gentle, sad expression. "The whispers precede you, child. The well speaks even across great distances, and we listen. We always listen." He gestured around the cavern. "This is a place of refuge, a place of knowledge. You are safe here for now." "Safe?" I scoffed, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. "I haven't been safe since I laid eyes on that thing." "Indeed," he conceded, his voice calm. "Such encounters leave their mark, but here you are among those who understand, among those who have faced similar truths." He stepped forward, and I noticed that his movements were fluid, graceful, despite his apparent age. "My name is Elias. I am one of the scribes, and you, Sarah, are a new initiate into a very old struggle." He led me deeper into the cavern, past towering shelves of books that seemed to disappear into the gloom. The faint hum, the metallic scent, the insistent whispers, they all seemed to recede further, fading into the background of my awareness. It was like stepping out of a storm into a quiet sanctuary. Elias showed me to a small alcove, carved with a simple cot and a rough wooden table. "Rest," he commanded gently. "You have traveled far and seen much. We will speak when you are ready." Despite my initial suspicion and the overwhelming strangeness of the situation, the profound exhaustion finally claimed me. I collapsed onto the cot, not even bothering to remove my boots or backpack, and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, the first truly peaceful slumber I'd had in weeks. I awoke to the smell of something warm and earthy. My eyes fluttered open to a dimly lit cavern, the light emanating from a soft, glowing orb suspended from the ceiling. Elias sat on a low stool nearby, a steaming mug in his hand. He offered me one. "Herbal infusion," he explained, "for the nerves and the lingering psychic static." I took a grateful sip. It tasted faintly of mint and something else, something calming and bitter. The warmth spread through my body, soothing the frayed edges of my nerves. The phantom hum was almost entirely gone. "You have many questions," Elias began, his voice soft, "and we have many answers. But first, tell me your story, from the moment you found the well." I recounted everything. The growing unease, the strange well, the symbol, the standing stones, the hum, the purple light, the black sphere, the mental invasion, the chant of Yagarl. I told him about the dreams, the spirals, the manifestation on my television, and the camera flash. I left nothing out. It felt liberating, a purging of the terror that had choked me for weeks. Elias listened patiently, his ancient eyes fixed on me, occasionally nodding, sometimes closing his eyes for a moment as if processing information too vast for mere words. When I finished, he was silent for a long moment. "You have indeed glimpsed the void, Sarah," he finally said, his voice grave, "and you have been marked. The entity you encountered is a fragment of a greater consciousness, one of the outer beings as some call them. It is ancient, unfathomable, and utterly alien. The wells are indeed conduits, gates between dimensions, and they feed." "For essence," I murmured, remembering the chilling flood of information in the clearing. "For consciousness." "Precisely," Elias confirmed. "They consume the unique spark of life, dissolving it into their own incomprehensible being. It is not malice, as humans understand it, but a primal, cosmic hunger, and Yagarl is one of its most active mouths." "And the camera flash?" I asked, a desperate hope clinging to my voice. "Why did it work?" Elias raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his ancient eyes. "A powerful, concentrated burst of light, a disruption of the subtle energies, perhaps most surprising. But the outer beings are sensitive to certain vibrations, certain frequencies, and light in its purest, most focused form can be a potent ward, a momentary barrier." He paused, then added, "It will not last, however. The entity adapts, it learns, and it will grow stronger in its attempts to reclaim you." My heart sank. "So, what can I do?" "You have already done the first step," Elias replied. "You have sought knowledge. You have come to the Gray Library. Here we gather information not just from this world, but from echoes of other realities. We are the scribes, the keepers of forbidden lore, the observers of the truth beneath the surface." He gestured to the cavern around us. "And the guardians, they are those who act upon this knowledge. They are the warriors, the binders, the protectors who seek to close the gates and banish the entities back to the void." "How do they do that?" I asked, a faint glimmer of hope returning. "Through rituals," Elias explained, "through ancient rites passed down through millennia. through the alignment of certain energies, the manipulation of psychic forces, and sometimes, indeed, through sacrifice. The book mentioned a sacrifice of light, a truth uncovered, and a will unbound, I recited. Elias nodded slowly. The sealing ritual of the seven, one of the most potent and dangerous. It is used when a gate has become too active, too permeable. It requires 7 individuals, each representing one of the lights or aspects of human consciousness, to align their will and focus their energy. The truth uncovered refers to the entity's true name or nature, a binding phrase often in an older language that can temporarily weaken its hold. And a will unbound, that is the most difficult. It requires absolute, unshakable resolve, a complete surrender of fear to purpose. The slightest doubt and the ritual fails, often with catastrophic consequences for those involved. My mind raced. 7 people, a specific ritual, and a binding phrase. Are there guardians here? Elia's gaze became distant. Many have gone to other places, to other gates. The world is vast and the breaches are many. But there are a few here, those who serve as protectors of the library and those who are between missions. I want to help, I said, the words surprising even myself. The fear was still there, but it was now overshadowed by a fierce sense of responsibility, a desperate need to fight back, not just for myself, but for the world I now knew was teetering on the edge of oblivion. Elias studied me intently. You have courage, Sarah, and you have a unique connection to Yagarl. That makes you both a target and potentially a weapon. He rose, his staff tapping softly on the stone floor. Come, there is much for you to learn. Your education begins now. We will start with the ancient languages, for the binding phrases require precise pronunciation. Then the sigils, for they are the grammar of the void. And finally, the history of this eternal struggle. You must understand the enemy and yourself. My new life in the Gray Library began. I became Elia's student, spending countless hours poring over ancient texts, deciphering forgotten languages, and studying cryptic diagrams. The cavern, once a place of intimidating mystery, became my sanctuary, my school. I learned about other outer beings, their various forms and methods of breaching reality. I discovered that the wells were not just random occurrences. They were often built by ancient, forgotten cults who sought to commune with these entities, believing them to be gods or to gain power from them. The standing stones in Cedar Creek, Elias explained, were probably erected by an older, forgotten culture, perhaps attempting to contain or communicate with the well long before humanity understood its true nature. My connection to Yagarl, while still a terrifying burden, slowly transformed into a strange kind of awareness. I could feel its distant presence, a faint, cold whisper at the back of my mind, a subtle pressure. It was like a constant hum, a background noise that never truly faded. Elias taught me rudimentary mental exercises, ways to shield my thoughts, to fortify my will against the invasive psychic probes. It was an uphill battle, but slowly, painfully, I felt a flicker of control, a sense of agency return. The camera flash still worked as a temporary ward, but I learned that focused intent, a sheer force of will, could also repel its weaker attempts at intrusion. The other guardians in the library were a motley crew. There was Lyra, a sharp-witted woman with piercing blue eyes and a dry sense of humor, who specialized in divination and identifying new breaches. Ronan, a hulking man with a quiet demeanor and a surprisingly gentle touch, who was a master of ancient warding rituals and physical protections. And several others who came and went, dispatched to distant corners of the world to deal with other manifestations. They were all survivors, all marked by their encounters with the void. but they carried their burdens with a quiet strength that inspired me. I shared my photos and the precise GPS coordinates of the Cedar Creek well. Lyra studied them intently. "This one is unusually potent," she mused, tracing the spiral on my camera's screen. "And the energy readings from that location have been increasing. It's growing restless. Your encounter likely served to awaken it further." The thought sent a chill down my spine. I had accidentally hastened its awakening. "We need to seal it," I declared, my voice firm, "before it fully breaches." Elias nodded. "Indeed, the time for observation is drawing to a close, but the sealing ritual requires 7, Sarah, and we currently have only 5 reliable, active guardians who can dedicate themselves to such a task. Counting myself and you, that makes 7, but you are not yet trained in the full intricacies of the ritual." "I'll learn," I insisted. "I have to. It's my fault it woke up." Lyra placed a hand on my shoulder. "It's not your fault, Sarah. It was always there, waiting. You merely stumbled upon it. But your connection, while dangerous, makes you uniquely positioned to help. Your will unbound will be crucial." Over the next few months, my life became a blur of intense study and physical training. Ronan taught me basic self-defense techniques, not against human threats, but against the subtle psychic assaults that could accompany proximity to a breach. Lyra tutored me in understanding ethereal energies and the subtle signs of occult activity. Elias immersed me in the lore, the history of the outer beings, and the specific nuances of the sealing ritual. I learned that a sacrifice of light wasn't necessarily a physical sacrifice, but a focused channeling of life force, a personal expenditure of spiritual and mental energy, amplified by the group. The truth uncovered was the entity's full, multifaceted name, or a resonant phrase that captured its essence, a secret key that could temporarily bind it. And will unbound was the absolute mental fortitude required to channel the energies, to hold the line against the entity's overwhelming psychic assault. The ritual itself was complex, involving precise movements, synchronized chanting in an ancient, forgotten language, and the channeling of collective psychic energy into a focal point. It was dangerous. The book I had found had warned of catastrophic consequences for failure. Mental collapse, physical disintegration, or even absorption into the entity were all possibilities. One day, while practicing the ritual movements in a secluded part of the cavern, a new guardian arrived. He was a young man, perhaps my age, with an intense gaze and a haunted look in his eyes. His name was Alex. He had encountered a lesser breach in a remote desert landscape, and though he had survived, he carried the same profound sense of trauma and dread that I did. He was quiet, reserved, but his presence completed our group of 7. Elias, Lyra, Ronan, myself, Alex, and 2 older, seasoned guardians named Kale and Myra, who specialized in energy manipulation. Our focus shifted to the Cedar Creek well. We meticulously planned our return. We studied maps, analyzed satellite images, and reviewed the extensive data Elias had gathered on the well over the years, cross-referencing it with my own observations. Elias had remote sensors near the site, disguised as ecological monitoring equipment, and their readings showed a steady increase in localized energy fluctuations, a clear indication that Yagarl was indeed growing more active. "It will be ready to breach fully soon," Lyra stated grimly during one of our planning sessions. "The veil is thinning rapidly. We must act." The truth uncovered was still the missing piece. While Yagarl was a powerful identifier, Elias believed a more potent, specific phrase, a deeper resonance with its true nature, was required for the sealing ritual. He had been tirelessly researching, poring over the most ancient and dangerous texts in the library, searching for this ultimate binding phrase. One morning, Elias called us all together. He looked exhausted, his ancient face etched with lines of strain, but his eyes gleamed with triumph. He held a fragile, yellowed scroll in his trembling hands. "I have found it," he announced, his voice raspy. "The true binding phrase. It comes from the chronicles of the Void Watchers, an ancient civilization that predates human records." He unrolled the scroll, revealing a series of intricate symbols and an accompanying translation. The phrase, when pronounced correctly, was a sequence of guttural sounds and sharp clicks that seemed to vibrate at a fundamental level, capable of resonating with the entity's very essence. It was profoundly alien, yet strangely compelling. "This is it," Elias confirmed. "This is the key to temporarily binding Y." "Yagarl," Elias confirmed, his voice raspy. "This is it, the true binding phrase. It comes from the chronicles of the Void Watchers, an ancient civilization that predates human records." He unrolled the scroll, revealing a series of intricate symbols and an accompanying translation. The phrase, when pronounced correctly, was a sequence of guttural sounds and sharp clicks that seemed to vibrate at a fundamental level, capable of resonating with the entity's very essence. It was profoundly alien, yet strangely compelling. "This is it," Elias confirmed. "This is the key to temporarily binding Yagarl and initiating the sealing ritual of the Seven." A collective gasp went through the small group gathered around the stone table. Hope, sharp and terrifying, bloomed in my chest. This was it, the final piece of the puzzle. Elias began to teach us the phrase. It was excruciatingly difficult. The sounds weren't natural to human vocal cords, requiring precise tongue placement and breath control that felt almost surgical. It twisted my mouth into unfamiliar shapes, and the guttural clicks required a forceful expulsion of air that left my throat raw. Each syllable felt like a small act of defiance against the natural order, a defiance that resonated with the entity's own alien nature. "The pronunciation must be exact," Elias stressed, his voice unwavering despite the strain he clearly felt. "A single misstep, a wavering syllable, and the phrase becomes meaningless. Worse, it could be corrupted, turned against us." He spent hours coaching us, individually and as a group. Lyra, with her keen ear for subtle energies, was surprisingly adept at picking up the nuances. Ronan, despite his imposing stature, struggled with the finer points, his large hands often gesturing in frustration as he wrestled with the sounds. Kale and Myra, the older guardians, were disciplined, their faces set in grim determination as they repeated the strange syllables over and over. Alex, quiet and focused, managed a passable approximation, his haunted eyes never leaving Elias' lips. For me, it was a battle. My connection to Yagarl, which had been a burden, now became a strange kind of tuning fork. I could feel the phrase's subtle resonance, a flicker of something ancient stirring within my mind when I got it right, a wrongness when I erred. It was a terrifying, intimate dance with the very thing we sought to bind. The whispers in my dreams intensified, not just the usual Yagarl. Come to us, but now interspersed with fragmented, garbled sounds that seemed to mimic our practice, twisted and mocking. I knew then that Yagarl was aware of our intentions. It was listening. The pressure mounted each day. Lyra's divinations showed a rapidly thinning veil at Cedar Creek. Elia's sensors were screaming with energy fluctuations. The hum in my mind, once subtle, now pulsed with a rhythmic throb, a constant reminder of the encroaching horror. Our training regimen intensified. We practiced the ritual movements in unison, a silent, intricate dance that mirrored the flow of cosmic energies. Elias explained each step, each gesture, each focused intent. The sacrifice of light, he clarified, was the channeling of our collective life force, our spiritual essence, into the ritual. It would leave us drained, vulnerable, but it was necessary. The will unbound was the absolute mental fortitude, the unwavering commitment to the task, ignoring fear, doubt, and the entity's inevitable psychic counterattacks. When we are at the well, Elias warned us during one of our final sessions, it will try to break you. It will project illusions, prey on your deepest fears, whisper promises of power or oblivion. You must hold fast. You must remember why you are there. You must remember the phrase, it is your shield, your weapon. Our journey back to Cedar Creek was somber. We traveled in a nondescript, reinforced van filled with equipment, ancient artifacts for warding, specialized energy conduits, and medical supplies. The drive was long, covering hundreds of miles from the hidden sanctuary in the Cascades. I sat in the back, my camera clutched in my lap, trying to mentally prepare for what awaited us. As we approached the familiar winding roads leading to Cedar Creek, a noticeable shift in the atmosphere began. The air grew heavy, thick with a subtle, cloying scent that was horrifyingly familiar. The trees seemed to lean inward, their leaves a shade too dark, their branches too gnarled. There was an unnatural stillness, a profound silence that wasn't peaceful but oppressive, as if the very sounds of nature had been swallowed. My heart hammered against my ribs. My hands grew clammy. I could feel the hum intensifying, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the floorboards of the van, up through my very bones. It was Yagarl. It was aware of our return. "We're close," Lyra murmured from the front passenger seat, her voice tight. "The readings are spiking. It's awake." Ronan, driving, tightened his grip on the wheel, his knuckles white. Alex sat beside me, pale and quiet, his gaze fixed on the darkening woods outside. Kale and Myra, usually calm and composed, exchanged uneasy glances. Elias, however, remained impassive, his ancient eyes fixed straight ahead, radiating a quiet, unshakable resolve. We parked the van several miles from the clearing, deep within a less affected section of the woods. The plan was to approach on foot, under the cover of twilight. Stealth was crucial. We didn't know if Yagarl had extended its influence to include sentient beings, or if any cultists remained in the area, drawn by its awakening. As we gathered our gear, Elias distributed small, intricately carved amulets made of dark wood. "These are minor wards," he explained, handing one to each of us. "They will offer a modicum of protection against lesser psychic intrusions and help to ground you. Wear them always." I fastened mine around my neck. It felt cool against my skin, a small comfort. The hike through the woods was eerily quiet. The forest, once a place of vibrant life, now felt like a mausoleum. The familiar chirping of insects was absent, the rustling of leaves hushed. The path, which I remembered as clear, was now choked with unnatural vines that seemed to writhe in the dim light, their tendrils impossibly long and thick. As we drew closer to the clearing, the metallic tang in the air grew stronger, a sickeningly sweet perfume of decay and something alien. The hum became a low, pervasive thrum that seemed to vibrate in my inner ear, a constant pressure behind my eyes. I felt a growing sense of nausea, my stomach churning. Suddenly, Ronan stopped, holding up a hand. "Look." Ahead through the trees, the clearing was visible, but it wasn't the clearing I remembered. It was twisted, distorted, as if seen through a warped lens. The trees around its perimeter were blackened, their branches skeletal, reaching like grasping claws towards the sky. The grass was withered, brown, and lifeless, crunching underfoot as we crept closer. And at the center of it all, the well. It pulsed with a malevolent, vibrant purple light that illuminated the entire clearing in an unholy glow. The light wasn't static. It rippled, flowed, and swirled like liquid energy. The standing stones surrounding it seemed to shimmer, their ancient surfaces no longer just weathered granite, but imbued with a faint, internal luminescence that mirrored the well's spectral glow. The air around the well visibly shimmered, distorting the shapes of the nearby trees, making them waver and stretch as if in a funhouse mirror. And from its depths, the whispers. They weren't just in my mind now, they emanated from the very air, a cacophony of clicks, hisses, and guttural growls, all overlaid with that high-pitched, maddening whine. And through it all, rising and falling like a terrifying heartbeat, the incessant chant. Yagarl, Yagarl, Yagarl. My breath hitched, my entire body tensed, a primal instinct screaming at me to flee. This was worse than I had imagined, far worse. The entity was not just awake, it was actively reaching, pulling, straining against its confines. Elias raised a hand, silencing any gasps. It's stronger than the readings indicated, much stronger. The breach is imminent. His voice was low, grave, but devoid of fear. We must prepare. We will set up the wards around the perimeter of the clearing first to contain its immediate influence as much as possible. Under the eerie purple glow, we moved quickly, silently. Ronan and Kale began planting small, metallic stakes around the clearing's edge, each engraved with ancient symbols. As each stake was driven into the barren earth, a faint, almost invisible shimmer of light would briefly emanate from it, forming a boundary. Myra, focusing her energy, chanted softly in a low, resonant tone, channeling her will into the protective barrier. Lyra, consulting a small, glowing, scrying stone, guided their placement, ensuring the ward encompassed the entire affected zone. As they worked, the entity responded. The whispers intensified, clawing at our minds, trying to sow confusion and fear. Illusions flickered at the edges of my vision, fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures darting between the trees, momentary distortions of my companions' faces. The ground beneath our feet seemed to subtly shift, making me feel off balance. I could feel Harl's cold, probing presence in my mind again, no longer distant but right there, pressing, searching, mocking. It recognized me. It remembered. Sarah, you returned to us. The thought was a searing brand, overwhelming my own consciousness. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against my ribs. I closed my eyes, focusing on Elia's teachings. Shield your thoughts, fortify your will. I concentrated on the cool feeling of the amulet around my neck, on the rough bark of the tree beside me, trying to ground myself in reality. I whispered the binding phrase Elias had taught us, a quiet, guttural utterance that helped push back the mental assault, if only for a moment. Hold fast, Sarah, Lyra whispered, passing close by me. Her eyes were glazed, but her expression was firm. Don't let it in. Once the outer wards were in place, Elias gathered us at the edge of the clearing. The ritual will be performed around the well itself. The 7 stones will serve as our focal points. Each of us will stand at a stone, forming a circle. Sarah, your connection is vital. You will stand at the stone closest to the well's capstone, facing it directly. Your role is to be the primary conduit, to anchor the ritual's energies to the entity through your unique resonance. A fresh wave of terror washed over me. Primary conduit, facing it directly. I was going to be the most exposed. My connection, my curse, was now my role. Elias seemed to read my fear. He placed a hand on my shoulder, his grip firm. You are strong, Sarah. You have faced it before and survived. You have learned. You are ready. He then assigned everyone their positions, each chosen based on their strengths and our careful planning. Alex, with his strong, quiet will, would stand opposite me. Lyra, with her intuitive understanding of subtle energies, would be next to him. Ronan, with his grounding presence, was positioned to bolster any wavering points. Kale and Myra, the experienced energy manipulators, would complete the circle, balancing the flow. Remember the sequence, Elias instructed, his voice cutting through the mental noise. The movements, the synchronized breathing, the focus of intent, and finally, the chant of the binding phrase. The moment we begin, Yagarl will know. It will lash out. You must not break your concentration. Your resolve must be absolute. He looked at each of us, his ancient eyes piercing the gloom. This is not merely about sealing a gate. It is about protecting this world. It is about upholding the balance. We are the last line. We took our positions around the well, moving like automatons, each step deliberate, each breath controlled. The purple light intensified as we approached, casting grotesque, elongated shadows that danced and writhed around us. The whispers surged, a chaotic symphony of alien thoughts trying to overwhelm our minds. The metallic tang became almost unbearable, thick and suffocating. I stood at my designated stone, directly in front of the capstone. The intricate spiral carved into its surface seemed to pulse with a malevolent light, beckoning me closer, promising oblivion. The black sphere within the well, normally only visible in my dreams, seemed to materialize at the very center of the purple vortex, a churning void that pulled at my very essence. It felt like standing at the edge of a cosmic drain, watching my reality spiral away. The cold, probing presence in my mind was now a direct assault. Foolish child, you seek to bind that which is unbound, to cage the endless. Come, release your fear, embrace the truth. The voice was vast, resonant, echoing in the hollow spaces of my skull, trying to unravel my thoughts, to break my will. Images flashed before my eyes. My apartment, mundane and safe, now crumbling into dust. My friends, their faces contorted in terror. Yagarl, triumphant, engulfing the entire world in purple light. It was a terrifying, personalized onslaught designed to shatter my resolve. My body trembled. Fear, sharp and cold, threatened to consume me. But beneath it, a desperate spark of defiance flickered. I clutched my amulet, pressing my fingernails into my palm, grounding myself with the physical pain. I whispered the alien binding phrase, a guttural sound that scratched at the edge of my consciousness, an anchor against the mental storm. Yelias stood opposite me, his face a mask of serene concentration. He raised his staff, the crystal at its tip beginning to glow faintly, a counterpoint to the well's purple light. "Begin," he commanded, his voice ringing with authority. In unison, we began the ritual. Our bodies moved in synchronized patterns, a complex dance of arms and hands, channeling unseen energies. Our breathing became a single rhythmic pulse, drawing on the earth's subtle vibrations. Our combined focus became a tangible force, pushing back against the oppressive aura of the well. The moment the ritual began, Yagarl roared. Not a sound, but a vast psychic scream that threatened to tear apart the fabric of my mind. The purple light flared, momentarily blinding me. The whispers became a deafening torrent, a maelstrom of alien thoughts and guttural growls. The very ground beneath my feet vibrated violently, threatening to throw me off balance. My head throbbed, a blinding pain behind my eyes. I felt a horrifying pull, a powerful suction trying to wrench my consciousness from my body, to drag me into the swirling void of the well. The images intensified, twisting my memories, showing me not just destruction, but a seductive vision of cosmic knowledge, of ultimate truth, if only I would surrender. Join us, Sarah, become one, know all, the vast voice promised, its allure almost irresistible. I gasped, my vision blurring. The fear was overwhelming, a primal terror that threatened to freeze me, to shatter my will. But then a memory flashed. My camera's flash, the moment of clarity, the brief respite from the darkness. Fight it. I forced myself to focus on the binding phrase. It was a mantra, a shield. I repeated it in my mind. Then, with a raw, guttural effort, I uttered it aloud, struggling to keep the alien syllables precise despite the pounding in my head and the tremors in my body. Around the circle, the other guardians were fighting their own battles. I saw Alex's face contorted in a silent scream, Lyra's eyes squeezed shut in intense concentration, Ronan's jaw clenched, Kale and Myra swaying slightly as they channeled their energies. Elias, at the head of the ritual, stood firm, his staff a beacon of white light against the purple gloom, his own chant a resonant force that seemed to anchor us all. Focus, channel now, Elias' voice cut through the chaos, a command of pure will. We pushed harder. I felt a strange heat building in my chest, a pressure growing behind my eyes. This was the sacrifice of light, the channeling of our very essence. I poured all my fear, all my resolve, all my being into the ritual, into the strange, alien sounds of the binding phrase. The energy coalesced, a shimmering sphere of golden light beginning to form above the well, directly over the capstone. It grew steadily, pushing back against the purple light, fighting for dominance. The hum of Yagarl shifted, a higher, more desperate whine entering its cacophony. The whispers became frantic, losing their mocking tone, becoming pleas, then incoherent shrieks of frustration. No, no, you seek to imprison, you seek to deny. We are the truth, we are the endless. The entity's voice thundered in my mind, now laced with genuine rage, a terrifying, ancient fury. The golden sphere pulsed, expanding, its light reflecting off the surrounding standing stones, forming a complete shimmering circle of protective energy. It was beautiful, terrifying, and profoundly powerful. The ritual was working. But the entity wasn't yielding easily. The ground convulsed violently, threatening to open fissures. The trees around the clearing twisted further, their skeletal branches thrashing as if in a hurricane. And from the black sphere within the well, tendrils of inky darkness shot out, attempting to penetrate the golden shield, to lash out at us. One of the tendrils, thick as a serpent, shot directly towards me. It moved with impossible speed, a manifestation of pure void, accompanied by a horrifyingly tangible wave of cold, probing dread. It tried to pierce my shield, to burrow into my mind, to consume me. I screamed not in fear, but in defiance. I pressed my hands against the capstone, pouring every ounce of my will into the binding phrase, into the golden shield, into the warding amulet. No, my mind screamed, pushing back against the invading darkness. You will not have me. You will not have this world. A surge of energy, raw and primal, erupted from me. It was not just my own will, but the collective strength of the other guardians, amplified by my direct connection to the well. The golden shield pulsed brilliantly, momentarily overwhelming the purple glow, bathing the clearing in a pure, blinding light. The dark tendril recoiled with a soundless shriek, retracting into the well. The whispers faltered, receding into a distant, angry murmur. The ground stilled. The air cleared, the metallic tang lessening. The golden sphere, now fully formed, settled directly onto the capstone, shimmering, pulsating. It began to slowly, inexorably, push downwards, pressing onto the intricate spiral. The purple light of the well beneath it dimmed, struggling against the overwhelming pressure of the seal. Elias, his face drenched in sweat, his eyes fixed on the well, raised his voice, guiding us through the final, most crucial part of the ritual. Hold, maintain the chant, anchor the light, the seal must bind. We chanted, our voices ragged, our bodies trembling with exertion, but our wills unbowed. The complex alien phrase echoed through the clearing, vibrating with power, resonating with the very fabric of reality. The golden sphere pressed harder, glowing brighter, until it fully enveloped the capstone, trapping the purple light beneath it. Slowly, agonizingly, the pulsating purple light of the well began to recede, dimming, fading, shrinking. The black sphere within seemed to condense, to retract, pulled back into the depths of the dimension it had come from. The swirling vortex of energy slowed, then dissolved. The whispers died, the hum vanished. The unnatural stillness returned, but this time it was a profound, almost sacred silence, devoid of menace. The golden sphere, now solid and unmoving, solidified around the capstone, becoming a permanent, glowing part of the stone. The intricate spiral, once a conduit of malevolent energy, was now encased in a protective layer of pure, radiant light. It was sealed. We stood there, panting, exhausted, but triumphant. The ritual was complete. Elias lowered his staff, leaning heavily on it, his ancient face pale. Lyra collapsed to her knees, breathing heavily, but a faint smile touched her lips. Ronan sagged against his stone, wiping sweat from his brow. Alex, his body shaking, closed his eyes in relief. Kale and Myra, drained, stood as still as statues, their eyes fixed on the newly sealed well. I felt utterly spent, my mind and body wrung dry. My head still throbbed, and my legs felt like jelly, but the overwhelming presence of Yagarl was gone. The constant hum, the metallic tang, the insidious whispers, they had receded, leaving behind a profound emptiness that was, paradoxically, a blessed relief. We had done it. We had sealed the gate. Elias walked over to me, his gaze full of a weary pride. You performed admirably, Sarah. Your will was truly unbound. You held the line. I could only nod, tears of exhaustion and relief streaming down my face. My body was screaming, but my spirit soared. We had won, at least for now. The seal will hold for a time, Elias explained, his voice softer now. A great many centuries if undisturbed, but the outer beings are patient, they are timeless. They will push again eventually, and other gates, other wells still exist across the world. He looked around at the now quiet, albeit still scarred, clearing. Our work is never truly done. Ronan brought out the medical supplies, tending to our minor cuts and bruises, offering rehydration salts. We sat there in the quiet clearing, basking in the profound peace, a stark contrast to the terror we had just faced. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, the clearing slowly began to change. The blackened trees, though still skeletal, seemed less menacing. The air felt cleaner, lighter. The oppressive silence began to lift, and a faint, distant birdsong could be heard from deeper within the woods. We packed up our equipment, the remnants of a battle fought and won. My camera, still clutched in my hand, contained images of the scarred clearing, the powerful golden seal, proof of what we had accomplished. The walk back to the van was easier, lighter. We were exhausted, but buoyed by a sense of quiet victory. We had faced the void, and we had pushed it back. Back at the Gray Library, after a day of much-needed rest and recovery, Elias called me to his private study, a small alcove filled with particularly ancient and dangerous texts. He sat across from me, a steaming mug of herbal tea in his hand. "Sarah," he began, his voice serious, "you have proven yourself. You have faced Yagarl and emerged stronger. Your connection to the entity remains, though now it is muted, controlled. You understand the nature of the struggle. You are now truly one of us. He paused, studying me. The world is vast and the breaches are many. We, the scribes and guardians, are few. We need people like you. Those who have seen, who understand, and who are willing to fight. My heart hammered. I knew what he was offering. A life dedicated to this secret war, a life on the front lines against cosmic horrors. It was a terrifying prospect, but also strangely a compelling one. My old life as a history researcher seemed impossibly distant, irrelevant. This was my truth now. This was my history. I'm in, I said, my voice firm, resolute. I want to help. I want to learn more. I want to fight. Elias smiled, a rare, genuine smile that crinkled the ancient lines around his eyes. Excellent. Your formal training as a guardian begins now. There is so much more to learn, so much more to do. We have sealed one mouth of the void, but the cosmos is vast, and its hunger is endless. He then gestured to a map unrolled on his desk, a sprawling, intricate chart dotted with countless markings, some glowing, some faded. There are other places, other breaches, other names. We have received new reports from the Far East, whispers of a growing darkness in the desolate plains of Mongolia. Another ancient entity stirs, and Lyra's latest divination points to a troubling convergence of energies in the remote jungles of the Amazon. Two potential new assignments, two potential new battles. My gaze swept across the map, taking in the vastness of the world, the myriad points of conflict. The war was far from over. It was an eternal struggle, fought in the shadows, against powers humanity could barely comprehend. Elias pointed to a small cluster of symbols near the Mongolian plains. Our intelligence suggests this entity is known as Zylgath, a creature of dream and shadow, which feeds on despair and fear. It is far more subtle than Yagarl, but no less dangerous. Its whispers, they say, can drive entire communities to madness. He then moved his finger to a point deep within the Amazon rainforest. And here, in the heart of the world, there are disturbing reports of ancient ruins reawakening, and strange flora consuming all life around them, pulsating with an unnatural, vibrant green light. We believe this could be a manifestation of Hanara, the verdant scourge, an entity that seeks to absorb and transform organic matter into its own alien ecosystem. My mind reeled. Two new threats, each vastly different from Yagarl, each with its own unique horrors. The world was a chessboard, and ancient, cosmic powers were playing a game I was only just beginning to understand. We will need to dispatch teams to investigate, Elias continued, his voice serious, to gather more information, to assess the immediate threat, and if necessary, to contain or seal these new breaches. The Mongolian threat requires a guardian with a strong mental fortitude, capable of resisting psionic manipulation. The Amazonian one will require resilience, knowledge of ancient nature rituals, and physical adaptability. He looked at me, his gaze steady. You have proven your mental fortitude against Yagarl. You also have a unique perspective on the nature of these entities. Your experience, though brief, is invaluable. What's the plan? I asked, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. The fear was still there, but now it was overshadowed by a grim sense of purpose, a burning desire to use my knowledge, my connection, to fight. Elias leaned back, a thoughtful expression on his face. Before we decide on specific deployments, there is a crucial step for a newly designated guardian. You must delve deeper into the library, not just as a student, but as an active researcher. Find your own truth. You carry the echoes of Yagarl within you. Now you must learn to truly wield them, to turn that connection into a tool, not just a burden. He gestured around the room to the towering shelves of ancient books and scrolls. Begin with the Codex of the Shifting Sands and the Emerald Tablets of the Elder World. They may offer insights into the nature of Zylgath and Thanara, respectively, and perhaps even clues to strengthening your own psychic defenses. And consult Lyra. She has been tracking the Mongolian anomaly for some time. Her divinations will provide further context. My journey into the arcane depths of the Grey Library began anew, but this time it was different. I was no longer a terrified survivor seeking answers, but a guardian in training, actively preparing for the next battle. The hum of Yagarl was still a faint echo in my mind, a subtle scar, but it no longer terrified me. It was a reminder, a teacher. Days turned into weeks, a blur of intense study, sparring sessions with Ronan to hone my physical and mental resilience, and meditative practices with Elias to further shield my mind. I learned about ancient cults dedicated to Zylgath, whispered legends of shadow figures that stole memories and replaced them with creeping dread. I delved into tales of strange, verdant temples in forgotten parts of the Amazon, where bizarre flora grew with impossible speed, fueled by an ancient, consuming life force. My knowledge grew exponentially, forming a terrifying mosaic of cosmic horror, yet with each piece I felt a growing sense of empowerment. The fear was still a constant companion, but it was no longer paralyzing. It was a motivator, a reminder of the stakes. One evening, Lyra found me poring over a particularly cryptic scroll, its symbols shimmering faintly in the soft light of the cavern. "The Mongolian anomaly is escalating," she stated, her voice grave. "The energy signatures are becoming more pronounced. The psychic bleed-through is affecting nearby nomadic tribes, causing widespread panic and unexplained disappearances. It needs an intervention, and soon." My heart tightened. This was it, the first mission, my first true test as a guardian. Lyra looked at me, her blue eyes piercing. "Elias and I have been discussing it. We believe your unique experience with Yagarl has given you a certain resilience to overwhelming psychic influence. You also understand the insidious nature of these entities better than most. We want you to go." A wave of both terror and grim determination washed over me. Mongolia, Zylgath, a creature that fed on despair and fear. It sounded like a nightmare made real. "Who will go with me?" I asked, my voice steady. "Alex," Lyra replied. His own encounter left him with a heightened sensitivity to ethereal energies, and he has a natural talent for counter-psionics. His quiet strength will be a good complement to your intensity. Alex, the quiet, haunted guardian who understood, perhaps better than anyone else, the lingering shadows of a void encounter. The thought of facing this new horror with him, a fellow survivor, brought a strange comfort. "We will depart in 3 days," Lyra concluded, her expression resolute. "Prepare yourself, Sarah. This will be different from Yagarl. Zylgath is a master of the mind. Its battleground is within you." I spent the next 3 days in a frenzy of preparation. I packed a light rucksack, more practical clothing, survival gear, my trusted camera, and the wards Elias had given me. I reviewed all the information I could find on Zylgath, committing its known characteristics, its weaknesses, and its potential attacks to memory. I sparred with Ronan, pushing my physical limits, focusing my mind against simulated psychic assaults. I meditated with Elias, strengthening my mental shields, preparing for the insidious whispers of Zylgath. The night before our departure, Elias called me and Alex to his study once more. He handed us each a small, finely crafted obsidian dagger, its blade etched with protective symbols. These are ancient tools, he explained, not for physical combat but for ritual. They can cut through ethereal constructs, sever psychic links, and if used with absolute focus, even disrupt an entity's more subtle manifestations. They are extensions of your will. Use them wisely. I gripped the cold obsidian, its weight a solemn reminder of the task ahead. This wasn't just about survival anymore. This was about actively fighting back, venturing into the darkness to protect a world that didn't even know it was under siege. Remember your training, Elias said, his gaze fixed on both of us. Trust your instincts, trust each other, and above all, do not succumb to fear. Zylgath feeds on it. Alex, usually so reserved, met my gaze, a flicker of understanding passing between us. We were two scarred individuals, linked by trauma and a shared, terrifying purpose. We were ready as we could ever be. Early the next morning, under the fading stars, Alex and I boarded a small, unmarked cargo plane. It was a long journey, taking us across continents, towards the desolate, windswept plains of Mongolia. As the plane climbed higher, leaving behind the comforting sanctuary of the mountains, a chill settled in my heart. Yagarl had been a brutal, overwhelming physical presence. Zylgath promised a far more insidious horror, one that would twist my mind, prey on my deepest anxieties, and challenge my sanity from within. I looked out at the vast, featureless landscape stretching beneath us, a world utterly alien to my own. This was the front line, the true fight for humanity's fragile reality. I clutched the obsidian dagger, its cold weight a constant anchor. My camera, packed securely, was ready for proof, and my will, though tested, was unbound. The whispers of the void were far behind us, but a new, shadowy terror awaited. The cargo plane was a relic, its engines groaning a steady, rhythmic complaint as it cut through the icy Mongolian air. Below us, the landscape stretched out in an endless expanse of ochre and brown, scarred by ancient mountains and vast, empty steppes. It was a world of stark, brutal beauty, a landscape that felt as old as time itself and utterly indifferent to human concerns. A perfect hunting ground for something that fed on the unseen. I sat in the cramped cabin, bundled in layers of insulated clothing, the chill seeping even through the reinforced hull. Alex sat opposite me, his face illuminated by the dim glow of a small reading lamp. He was meticulously checking the power cells of a handheld energy scanner, his movements precise and quiet. The obsidian dagger in its leather sheath rested in my lap. Its cool weight was a familiar, anchoring presence. The journey had been long, several legs across different continents, each one taking us further from the familiar, safe confines of the Grey Library. Elias had arranged a series of discreet transfers, ensuring our passage was untraceable. We were ghosts, moving through the world without leaving a ripple, just as the entities we hunted moved through the fabric of reality. Almost there, Alex murmured, looking up from his device. His voice was low, rough, a stark contrast to the quiet intensity of his focus. The pilot says we're about 30 minutes out from the drop-off point. I nodded, my stomach tightening. This was it, no turning back. Yagarl had been a visceral, almost physical assault on my reality. Zylgath, the creature of dream and shadow, promised something far more insidious, a psychological war that would warp my perception, twist my fears, and slowly, subtly unravel my mind. Have you felt anything yet? I asked, my voice barely a whisper against the plane's roar. My own connection to Yagarl was a muted hum, a faint echo of its presence, but it was nothing compared to the whispers I expected from Zylgath. Alex shook his head, running a hand through his short, dark hair. Nothing overt, just a growing sense of unease, like a storm brewing, but one that's inside my head. The air feels thin somehow, like something siphoning off all the good feelings. I felt it too, a faint, almost imperceptible chill that had nothing to do with the freezing temperatures outside. A subtle erosion of optimism, a vague, pervasive sense of impending dread. It was exactly as Elias had described. Zylgath was a master of the mind. Its whispers didn't scream, they insinuated. They didn't roar, they crept. The pilot, a gruff, weathered man who looked like he'd seen too many forgotten corners of the world, gave us the signal. We quickly donned our cold weather gear, thick parkas, insulated trousers, and heavy boots. Alex secured a rucksack filled with equipment, while I slung my smaller pack over my shoulder, my camera carefully padded inside. The obsidian daggers were tucked into inner pockets, easily accessible. The plane's cargo door rumbled open, revealing a breathtaking vista of endless, snow-dusted plains under a sky streaked with the fiery hues of a distant sunset. The wind howled, snatching at our clothes, a physical manifestation of the desolation below. The cold hit me like a solid wall, stealing my breath. "Good luck, kids," the pilot grunted, his eyes showing a flicker of something close to pity. "Hope whatever you're looking for isn't too unwelcoming." He didn't ask questions. He never did. Guardians hired those who knew how to look away. We jumped. It wasn't a free-fall, but a controlled descent with specialized parachutes designed for high-altitude drops and minimal detection. The rush of air, the sudden plunge, was exhilarating and terrifying all at once. Below, the vastness of the plains seemed to swallow us whole. We landed softly, our boots sinking slightly into the frozen earth. The plane was already a distant speck, its engine roar fading into the vast silence. We were alone, two specks in a boundless, ancient landscape, under a sky that seemed impossibly huge. The immediate objective was to reach the nearest nomadic settlement, a small cluster of jurs, traditional Mongolian yurts, that Elia's intelligence indicated was experiencing the first, subtle signs of Zylgath's influence. It was several miles away, a dark smudge against the horizon. As we began our trek, the psychological assault began in earnest. It wasn't a direct probe like Yagarl's, but a pervasive, insidious darkening of my thoughts. Memories of fear and regret, once manageable, now felt sharper, more potent. The loneliness of the vast landscape amplified a deep-seated ache for connection, for home, for the mundane world I'd left behind. A subtle voice, not quite my own, whispered doubts. "What are you doing here? You're out of your depth." "You'll fail, you always do." I clenched my jaw, forcing myself to focus on the crunch of snow under my boots, the biting wind on my face, the reassuring weight of the amulet around my neck. "Shield your thoughts. Fortify your will." Elias' words became a mantra. I glanced at Alex. He was walking steadily, his head down, but his shoulders were subtly hunched, his pace perhaps a little more hurried than necessary. He was feeling it too. "How are you holding up?" I asked, my voice tight. He didn't look at me, his gaze fixed on the distant jurs. "It's unsettling. Like every insecurity I've ever had is suddenly louder. It's trying to find the cracks." "Don't let it," I replied, the words as much for myself as for him. "Remember Elias' training. Ground yourself. Focus on the physical." We walked in silence for a while, each battling our own inner demons. The shadows lengthened, painting the world in stark relief. The air grew colder, and the faint light of the distant jurors became our only beacon in the encroaching darkness. By the time we reached the outskirts of the settlement, it was almost fully dark. The jurors were clustered together, their smoke plumes rising thin and straight into the frigid air. We approached cautiously, observing from a distance. There were no lights, no sounds of children playing, no barking dogs. An unnatural quiet hung over the place, heavy and suffocating. "This isn't right," Alex whispered, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his obsidian dagger. "Too quiet, even for a nomadic camp at night." We moved closer, our footsteps muffled by the snow. As we drew nearer, a faint, almost imperceptible hum began to prickle at the edges of my awareness. It was different from Yagarl's thrum. This was a soft, insidious vibration, like the buzz of an unheard thought, burrowing directly into the sensitive parts of the brain. My head began to ache. Through the translucent fabric of one of the jurors, I saw a flicker of movement. A shadow, not quite human, darted across the interior. My heart leaped. We found an entrance to an unoccupied juror, a temporary shelter used by travelers, it seemed. Inside, it was cold, but offered a vantage point. We peered through a small opening. The people inside the other jurors were still, too still. I saw figures huddled by dying fires, their faces slack, eyes wide and unseeing, staring into nothingness. They were alive, but utterly devoid of life, their expressions etched with a profound, pervasive despair. They were victims of Zylgath. "They're catatonic," Alex breathed, his voice filled with horror. "It's drained them, taken everything but their breaths." The hum intensified, pushing against my mental shields. It wasn't whispers anymore, but a direct download of profound, crushing hopelessness. I felt a surge of empathy, a terrible connection to the suffering around me. It was like feeling the emotional pain of 1,000 people all at once. Suddenly, a figure moved. An old woman, her face a web of wrinkles, slowly rose from her huddled position. Her eyes were still blank, but a faint, ethereal glow emanated from them, a sickly green light that pulsed in rhythm with the insidious hum. She began to chant, a low, guttural monotone in a language I didn't understand, but the rhythm was eerily familiar, the same guttural sounds and sharp clicks I'd practiced for Yagarl's binding phrase. Only this was twisted, corrupted, a mockery. "It's using them as conduits," I whispered, recognizing the pattern. "Like the well in Cedar Creek, they're channeling its essence." As the old woman chanted, faint, translucent shadows began to peel away from the other catatonic figures, coalescing in the center of the juror. They were not solid, but shimmering distortions of light and darkness, vaguely humanoid but without features, like smoke given malevolent intent. These were the true manifestations of Zylgath, the dream and shadow weavers. The hum in my mind became a deafening roar of despair and fear. It was trying to overwhelm me, to break my focus, to feed on my growing terror. Images flashed, the black sphere in the well, the purple light engulfing my apartment, Elia's grim face, Alex's haunted eyes. "You are next. You cannot escape. There is only despair." "Sarah, focus," Alex's sharp whisper cut through the psychic static. He was already holding his obsidian dagger, its polished surface reflecting the faint, ethereal glow from the juror. He was fighting it too, but his focus was unwavering. I pulled out my own dagger. Its cold, obsidian blade felt solid, real, an anchor in the swirling chaos. I focused on its weight, on its purpose. Elias had said it could cut through ethereal constructs, sever psychic links. "We need to stop the conduit," I said, forcing the words out through clenched teeth. "Break the link." Alex nodded, his jaw tight. I'll try to create a psychic disruption. You go for the source. We burst from the empty jur, moving with practiced stealth, circling towards the glowing jur. The air outside was colder, but the internal pressure was far more intense. The shadows inside were growing, swirling faster, twisting into more defined, menacing shapes. As we reached the entrance, Alex raised his obsidian dagger, its tip glowing faintly. He began a low, guttural chant, one I recognized from our training, a simple warding incantation designed to disrupt psychic energies. His voice was steady, resonant, a counterpoint to the old woman's monotone. The effect was immediate. The hum faltered, a momentary break in the overwhelming psychic static. The ethereal shadows within the jur wavered, their forms flickering. The old woman's chanting became strained, her voice rasping. "Now, Sarah," Alex urged, his eyes fixed on the entrance. I burst into the jur, my dagger held ready. The air inside was thick with the overwhelming stench of despair, a palpable weight that pressed down on me. The shadows reacted instantly, lashing out with tendrils of darkness. They weren't physical, but I felt a freezing chill as they passed through me, a fleeting touch of pure dread that made my blood run cold. I pushed forward, ignoring the phantom touches, my gaze fixed on the old woman. Her eyes, still glowing with that sickly green light, were locked onto me. The corruption was deep. She wasn't merely a victim, but a puppet. "I need to sever the link," I muttered, remembering Elias' words, "cut through ethereal constructs." I raised the obsidian dagger, focusing my will, my intent, on the point where the green light emanated from her eyes. It felt impossible, like trying to cut through smoke, but Elias had emphasized that the dagger was an extension of my will. With a silent scream of defiance, I lunged forward, not aiming for her body, but for the invisible threads of energy that bound her to Zylgath. As the dagger passed through the air in front of her face, a strange, shimmering ripple appeared, a distortion in the very fabric of reality. I felt a slight resistance, like cutting through thick, cold honey. A guttural shriek, not from the old woman, but from the coalescing shadows, tore through the jur. The green light in her eyes flickered, then dimmed. The corrupt chant died on her lips. She collapsed back into her catatonic state, her face slack, but the malevolent glow was gone. The shadows, deprived of their conduit, began to unravel, their forms dissipating like smoke in the wind. The hum in my head, though still present, significantly lessened. Alex's warding chant, now unburdened, intensified, further pushing back the lingering psychic presence. I stood panting, my dagger still raised, my heart hammering. We had done it. We had broken the immediate link. Alex rushed in, his scanner beeping softly. "The energy signatures are dropping. You cut it. Good work, Sarah." He quickly moved to check on the old woman, confirming she was no longer actively channeling the entity. We spent the rest of the night securing the jur, setting up temporary wards around its perimeter to prevent any immediate remanifestation. We couldn't help the other villagers yet. Their minds were too deep in Zylgath's thrall. For now, containing the immediate threat was paramount. As the pale Mongolian dawn broke, painting the vast plains in muted hues, a profound exhaustion settled over me. We had faced Zylgath's direct assault and survived, but this was only the first skirmish. Over the next few days, we established a more permanent base in the empty jur, carefully disguising our presence. Our primary goal was to understand Zylgath's full scope of influence, to track its movements, and to find the core of its manifestation in this region. We knew it wouldn't give up easily. The psychic attacks continued, though now they were less overwhelming, more subtle. They tried to sow discord between Alex and me, whispering doubts about each other, preying on our individual traumas. I caught myself questioning Alex's motives, his competence, seeing fleeting distortions of his face, his movements. I had to consciously remind myself that these were illusions, the entity's attempt to isolate us, to make us vulnerable. Alex, too, confessed to similar struggles, seeing me as untrustworthy, driven by a dangerous recklessness. We developed a system of verbal cues, small, prearranged phrases that confirmed our shared reality, helping us distinguish between the entity's illusions and genuine interactions. Are your boots still muddy? I'd ask. Or did you get enough water? Mundane questions designed to ground us. Our daytime explorations took us across the vast, desolate plains. We used Elia's more advanced sensors, disguised as environmental monitoring equipment, to track the fluctuations in psychic energy. The readings confirmed that the influence of Zylgath extended far beyond the nomadic settlement, spreading outwards like an invisible stain, touching distant herdsmen and isolated families. Lyra's divinations had mentioned an ancient burial site, a place of historical trauma and accumulated grief, as a potential anchor for Zylgath's presence. Our sensors eventually led us to a cluster of low, rolling hills, unusually barren even for this desolate land. The energy readings spiked here, a sickening crescendo of psychic static. As we approached the hills, the desolation deepened. The ground was cracked and dry, devoid of even the hardiest grasses. The wind carried a mournful, almost human sigh. The air grew heavy with a pervasive, suffocating sense of sorrow and loss. It was like walking into a monument to all the grief the world had ever known. "This is it," Alex murmured, his face pale. "I can feel it, the weight of it, it's immense." My own connection to Yagarl, usually a distant hum, now resonated with the oppressive energy of Zylgath, a discordant clash of cosmic forces that made my teeth ache. I could feel the entity's presence, not just as whispers, but as a vast, ancient consciousness steeped in millennia of human suffering. We found the burial site nestled in a hollow between two of the hills. It wasn't a single grave, but a sprawling, ancient necropolis marked by rough-hewn stone markers, many tumbled and half-buried by centuries of wind and sand. Some of the stones bore faded carvings, hinting at a forgotten people and their forgotten sorrows. And at the very center of the necropolis, something unnatural pulsed. It was a faint, greenish light emanating from the ground itself, pulsing rhythmically like a necrotic heartbeat. It was surrounded by a swirling vortex of shimmering shadows, more defined and menacing than the ones we'd seen in the Jur. They writhed and coalesced, forming larger, more intimidating shapes, vaguely humanoid specters, their forms made of pure dread. This was the main breach, the primary conduit for Zylgath in this region. The green light was its core, feeding on the accumulated despair of the ancient dead and radiating outwards to feed on the living. "It's a direct gate," I stated, my voice hushed. "Like the well, but tapping into a different kind of energy, emotional resonance." Alex's scanner was beeping frantically, its screen a blur of spiking energy graphs. "The psychic pressure here is overwhelming. This is where it lives, Sarah. This is its mouth." As we watched, one of the spectral figures began to coalesce further, its form solidifying, taking on a more defined, if still ethereal, shape. It was tall, gaunt, with long skeletal limbs that seemed to stretch into impossibly thin points. Its head was indistinct, a swirl of shadows, but two pinpricks of sickly green light pulsed where eyes should be. It exuded an aura of profound, ancient sorrow and malevolence. This was Zylgath, or at least, a powerful manifestation of it. You persist, a voice whispered directly into my mind, cold and devoid of emotion, yet filled with an ancient, bottomless despair. You struggle against the inevitable. There is only an ending, only oblivion. The words burrowed deep, triggering a cascade of my own buried fears. The memories of my apartment, the fear of losing everything, the constant threat of Yagarl, all rose to the surface, amplified, distorted. A profound weariness settled over me, a feeling of utter futility. What's the point? It's too big. We can't win. Sarah, don't listen. Alex's voice was sharp, cutting through the mental static. He stood beside me, his own face contorted in concentration, his obsidian dagger clutched tight. He was fighting his own battle, but his resolve was clear. I forced myself to breathe, to focus on the cold air in my lungs, the solid ground beneath my feet. I pressed my fingers into the amulet, recalling Elia's teachings. Zylgath feeds on fear and despair. Deny it that food, deny it your will. This was different from Yagarl's rage. This was a soul-crushing despair, an insidious poison that sought to infect the very core of my being. We need a ritual, I said, forcing the words out. A sealing ritual. Elia's notes on Zylgath indicated that it's less about a physical gate and more about a psychic anchor point. Alex nodded. Lyra's divinations pointed to a ritual of mental fortification and focused empathy. It needs to be starved of its sustenance, sealed off from its emotional conduits. We had studied Zylgath's specific sealing ritual back at the library. It was called the Ritual of the Untouched Mind, and it required a collective act of mental resilience and emotional shielding, amplified by specific ancient symbols and chants. It wasn't about raw power, like the sealing ritual of the Seven, but about precision, mental fortitude, and a deep understanding of emotional manipulation. We can't do it alone, I realized, looking at the formidable spectral manifestations swirling around the core. We're only two. No, Alex agreed, his gaze fixed on the pulsing green light. But we can prepare. We can set up a preliminary containment field, limit its spread, and we can try to find a stronger focus point within the necropolis itself, something that resonates with counter-energy, something of hope, perhaps, to fight the despair. The irony wasn't lost on me. We were looking for hope in a graveyard steeped in sorrow. Over the next few days, we meticulously mapped the necropolis, using a combination of the energy scanner and my own heightened sensitivity to psychic energy. The spectral figures were always present, always watching, their despairing whispers a constant assault on our minds. They tried to lure us into deeper grief, to remind us of every loss, every failure, every regret. We deployed small, crystalline wards around the perimeter of the necropolis, each one humming with a faint, counter-psionic energy. As each ward was activated, the spectral figures would recoil slightly, their forms flickering, but they would quickly regroup, their whispers intensifying. It was a slow, agonizing war of attrition, fought on the battlefield of our minds. During one of our expeditions, Alex pointed to a large, unadorned stone tablet, half buried in the frozen earth. Look at this one. It feels different. I knelt beside it. Unlike the other markers, which exuded only a palpable sense of sorrow, this tablet radiated a faint, almost imperceptible warmth. As I ran my fingers over its smooth surface, I felt a faint resonance, a flicker of something ancient and pure. It wasn't a counter-energy, but a different kind of emotional signature, one of profound, enduring love. It's a burial marker for a child, Alex translated, tracing the faded script. The inscription speaks of a child loved beyond measure, whose memory brought joy even in the deepest grief, a parent's enduring love. A spark of recognition flared within me. Elias had mentioned that while Zylgath fed on negative emotions, it could be repelled by the absolute purity of positive ones, especially those deeply rooted in human connection. This tablet, imbued with centuries of a parent's unbreakable love, was a potent ward in itself. "This is it," I said, feeling a surge of determination. "This can be our anchor, the opposite of despair." We spent the next 2 days carefully unearthing the tablet, using our small, specialized digging tools. It was hard work in the frozen earth, made harder by the constant psychic assault of Zylgath, which intensified dramatically as we disturbed its feeding ground. The spectral figures grew bolder, coalescing closer, their featureless faces radiating ancient fury. They manifested grotesque illusions, skeletal hands reaching from the ground, the faces of deceased loved ones contorted in silent screams. We worked through the onslaught, our minds shielded, our wills unbowed. We reinforced our mental defenses, repeating personal mantras, focusing on the tablet's enduring warmth. Alex, with his keen understanding of energy manipulation, managed to subtly imbue the tablet with our own focused intent, amplifying its inherent positive resonance. When the tablet was fully unearthed and positioned upright, directly facing the pulsing green core of Zylgath's manifestation, the effect was striking. The spectral figures recoiled violently, their forms writhing as if in pain. The constant, despairing hum in my mind lessened, replaced by a subtle, almost imperceptible counter-vibration, a whisper of peace against the tide of sorrow. The green light of the core, though still pulsing, seemed to dim slightly. "We found its weakness," I stated, a grim satisfaction rising within me. "Purity of emotion, enduring love, it can't feed on that." Alex nodded, wiping sweat from his brow despite the freezing cold. "It's a temporary reprieve, but it gives us a chance. It's pushing back its influence." Now that we had identified the main breach and established a counterpoint, the next step was to contact Elias and the library. We needed more guardians to perform the full ritual of the untouched mind. It was a delicate procedure, requiring at least 3 to 4 experienced practitioners, depending on the entity's strength, to truly starve and bind Zylgath. Using a satellite communicator, Alex sent an encrypted message to the library, detailing our findings and requesting reinforcements. The wait was agonizing. Each day we strengthened our perimeter, maintained the tablet's energy, and fought back the entity's renewed assaults. It was adapting, learning, finding new ways to exploit our fears, to wear down our resolve. It wasn't just a simple psychic attack anymore. It started creating complex, layered illusions, twisting memories and conversations, making us question our own sanity. One evening I woke from a fitful sleep, drenched in a cold sweat. I had dreamt of my apartment, but it was pristine, perfect, untouched by the horrors I'd faced, my old life. Then in the dream, the door opened and Elias stood there, but his eyes were black and he whispered, "You can have it all back, Sarah. Just let go, just surrender. Let it take the pain." It was terrifyingly seductive. I sat bolt upright, my heart hammering. Alex was already awake, sitting on his sleeping mat, his face pale. Did you hear it?" he whispered, his voice hoarse. "The offer to escape." "Yes," I breathed, shaking my head to clear the lingering remnants of the dream. "It knows our desires. It's trying to lure us." "It's getting stronger," he said, his eyes troubled. "It's getting inside our dreams now. It's manipulating our deepest longings." The message from the library finally arrived. Reinforcements were on their way. Lyra and Ronan were inbound, expected in 3 days. A wave of relief, potent and profound, washed over me. We weren't alone. The 3 days were a blur of intense psychic warfare. Zylgath ratcheted up its attacks, recognizing the imminent threat. The spectral figures multiplied, growing bolder, their movements more defined. The hum in my mind was a constant drone, the despairing whispers a relentless barrage. Sleep became a battleground of terrifying, vivid illusions, preying on every fear, every doubt, every desire for escape. But we held the line. We fortified our mental shields, drawing strength from the love-infused tablet, from our training, and from each other. We learned to anticipate Zylgath's tricks, to recognize the subtle tells of an illusion, to push back against the insidious whispers with unwavering resolve. Our shared experience of fighting this entity, side by side, forged a silent, unbreakable bond between Alex and me. When Lyra and Ronan finally arrived, their faces etched with weariness from the journey, it felt like salvation. Their presence immediately shifted the psychic balance. Lyra, with her intuitive understanding of ethereal energies, immediately amplified our wards, strengthening the containment field around the necropolis. Ronan, with his grounding presence and mastery of physical protections, brought a sense of solidity, a palpable force that pushed back against the spectral manifestations. "The readings are off the charts," Lyra stated grimly after reviewing our data. "It's a powerful manifestation. You both did well to hold it off this long." Ronan clapped us on the shoulders, his expression grim but approving. "The untouched mind ritual will be challenging. Zylgath is deeply entrenched here. It will fight with everything it has." With Lyra and Ronan, we now had 4 guardians, enough for the ritual. Elias had emphasized that while 7 was ideal for a complete sealing, 4 experienced guardians could, with extreme effort, contain a lesser breach like Zylgath's. The planning commenced immediately. We gathered in our fortified jur, poring over maps of the necropolis, discussing Zylgath's observed behavior, and meticulously reviewing the steps of the ritual of the untouched mind. Lyra took the lead in ritual preparation, her keen understanding of subtle energies invaluable. Ronan, with his physical prowess, took charge of placing the final, powerful warding symbols around the tablet, creating a focal point for our collective will. Alex and I shared our experiences, detailing Zylgath's preferred tactics, its specific illusions, and the nature of its whispers. "The core of the ritual," Lyra explained, tracing a complex symbol on a piece of parchment, "is to create a perfect mental void, an untouchable space within our minds. We will collectively project this void, this absence of emotion, onto Zylgath's core. It will starve it, cut it off from its sustenance." Ronan added, "And my physical wards will act as a secondary barrier, preventing its spectral manifestations from reaching us during the most vulnerable parts of the ritual. They will also help to ground our collective focus." The truth uncovered for Zylgath, Elias' research had revealed, wasn't a binding phrase in the traditional sense, but a resonant emotional concept, the enduring void of peace within the storm of suffering. It was a paradoxical phrase, designed to counter the entity's very nature, to create a psychological barrier that it could not penetrate. The ritual itself was a complex dance of focused meditation, synchronized breathing, and whispered incantations in an ancient, soothing language. It required absolute mental discipline, a complete suppression of personal emotion, and a collective will to project a specific mental state. The slightest break in concentration, the faintest flicker of fear or despair, and the ritual would fail, leaving us vulnerable to Zylgath's immediate and devastating retaliation. We need to be perfectly aligned, Lyra stressed. Four minds acting as one to create a perfect, impenetrable shield of non-emotion. The night of the ritual was cold and still, the kind of silence that pressed in on you, amplifying every inner turmoil. The spectral figures around Zylgath's core were more numerous than ever, their forms swirling with heightened intensity, their whispers a deafening chorus of despair. They seemed to know what was coming. We took our positions around the love-infused tablet, which pulsed with a soft, ethereal warmth, our anchor against the encroaching dread. Ronan stood at the tablet's north side, his broad frame radiating an aura of immovable strength. Lyra took the east, her eyes closed in deep concentration, a faint shimmer of energy emanating from her. Alex stood at the west, his gaze fixed, his inner strength palpable. I stood at the south, facing the pulsing green core of Zylgath. My obsidian dagger was clutched in my hand, its cold weight grounding me. Elias had not explicitly mentioned a sacrifice of light for this ritual, but Lyra had explained that for Zylgath, the sacrifice was one of personal emotion, a temporary surrender of joy, sorrow, anger, fear, everything that made us human to create that perfect mental void. It would leave us emotionally drained, vulnerable, but it was necessary. As we began the ritual, the four of us synchronized our breathing, entering a meditative state. We began the low, soothing chant, our voices blending into a single, hypnotic hum that seemed to push back against Zylgath's despairing whispers. The effect was instantaneous. Zylgath roared, not a psychic scream of rage like Yagarl, but a vast, bottomless howl of pure, ancient anguish and frustration. The spectral figures lashed out, not physically, but as waves of intense psychological assault, targeting our deepest emotional vulnerabilities. For me, it was the crushing weight of existential dread, the profound insignificance of human life against cosmic horror. My mind reeled, threatening to break. I saw myself, a tiny, powerless speck, consumed by the vast, uncaring void. You are nothing. Your struggle is meaningless. Surrender to the peace of oblivion. But I held fast. I focused on the collective strength of our circle, on the steady rhythm of our synchronized breathing, on the cool, grounding presence of the obsidian dagger in my hand. I visualized a perfect, empty space within my mind, a sanctuary where no emotion could penetrate. I echoed the resonant concept, the enduring void of peace within the storm of suffering, transforming it into a shield. Around the circle, I could feel my companions battling their own inner demons. Lyra's face was serene but strained, a thin bead of sweat running down her temple. Ronan, though outwardly impassive, radiated an immense internal struggle, his muscles rigid. Alex, his eyes squeezed shut, trembled slightly, but his chant remained unbroken. The green light of Zylgath's core pulsed violently, flaring and dimming as if struggling for air. The spectral figures became frantic, trying to break through Ronan's physical wards, their ethereal forms crashing against invisible barriers. Hold the void, project the stillness. Lyra's voice, calm and clear, cut through the mental static. We pushed harder. Our collective will coalesce, forming an invisible, impenetrable wall of emotional emptiness projected directly onto Zylgath's core. The entity recoiled, its vast despairing consciousness finding no purchase, nothing to feed upon. The core began to shrink, its green light fading, struggling against the suffocating absence of emotion we projected. The spectral figures shrieked, a chorus of formless anguish, as they too began to dissipate, their ethereal forms unraveling into nothingness. The ground beneath us vibrated, but it wasn't the violent convulsions of Yagarl's rage. It was a tremor of ancient, profound sorrow, a creature being starved of its very essence. Slowly, agonizingly, the green light of Zylgath's core receded, dimming, shrinking, until it was just a faint, barely visible flicker. The whispers died, the hum vanished. The overwhelming sense of despair lifted, leaving behind a profound, almost startling sense of peace. We stood there, panting, exhausted, but triumphant. The the overwhelming sense of despair lifted, leaving behind a profound, almost startling sense of peace. We stood there panting, exhausted but triumphant. The spectral figures were gone, dissolved into nothingness. The pulsing green light of Zylgath's core was now merely a faint, barely visible flicker deep within the cracked earth. The ancient necropolis, though still a place of forgotten sorrow, no longer radiated the suffocating malevolence that had defined it for so long. The air, though still frigid, felt cleaner, lighter. Ronan, ever the stoic, was the first to move, checking the integrity of the physical wards he'd placed around the love-infused tablet. He nodded, satisfied. It will hold. The psychic dampening field is stable. Lyra, her face pale but serene, gently touched the tablet. The resonance of pure emotion, it's a beautiful counterpoint to such despair. She then turned to Alex and me, a rare, genuine smile gracing her lips. You both held strong. You denied it its sustenance. Alex, still trembling slightly, managed a weary smile. It tried everything, every regret, every fear. He didn't need to finish. We all understood. I felt utterly spent, my mind and body wrung dry. The temporary suppression of all emotion during the ritual had left me feeling hollowed out, strangely detached, but it was a blessed emptiness after the relentless psychic assault. The subtle hum of Yagarl within me, usually a background presence, was now amplified by the lingering echo of Zylgath's defeat, a quiet triumph of life over oblivion. The nomadic people, I finally managed, my voice raspy. Will they recover? Lyra nodded slowly. With the entity's direct influence severed, their minds will begin to mend. It won't be immediate. The trauma will linger, but the active infection is gone. Over time, they will return to themselves. We spent the rest of the night reinforcing the seal, placing additional protective symbols and laying small, charged crystals around the necropolis. The love-infused tablet remained upright, a beacon of enduring human spirit against cosmic dread. It was a potent reminder that even in the face of unimaginable horror, there were forces, emotional and spiritual, that could push back. As the pale Mongolian dawn broke, painting the vast, empty plains in hues of lavender and muted gold, the immediate threat was contained. Zylgath was sealed, its mouth closed, its insidious whispers silenced. The trek back to the nomadic settlement was easier, lighter. The oppressive sense of dread had lifted, replaced by a profound quiet. When we reached the Jurs, we found the villagers still catatonic, but the sickly green glow had vanished from their eyes. The hum of despair was gone. We knew their recovery would be a long process, but it was a beginning. We left behind a small cache of medical supplies and a simple, protective warding charm, a gesture of hope in a world that often offered little. The journey back to the Gray Library was a blur of exhaustion and quiet reflection. We were discreetly picked up by another unmarked plane, which ferried us across continents, back to the familiar, comforting anonymity of the mountains. Back at the library, the sense of quiet triumph was palpable. Elias, his ancient eyes twinkling with a weary pride, met us as we descended into the main cavern. He clasped Ronan's shoulder, nodded gravely to Lyra, and then his gaze settled on Alex and me. "You have faced a formidable opponent," he said, his voice softer than usual, "and you have emerged victorious. Zylgath is bound, its hunger denied. This region and its people are safe for centuries to come." Alex, usually so reserved, allowed a small, tired smile to touch his lips. I felt a surge of pride, not just for myself, but for the team, for the shared struggle and the hard-won victory. After much-needed rest and a nourishing meal, Elia's cooks always seemed to know exactly what kind of comfort food a guardian needed after facing cosmic horror. Elia's called me, Alex, and Ronan to his private study. Lyra was already there, meticulously reviewing new divinations. The small alcove, filled with its ancient texts and shimmering artifacts, felt like a sanctuary after the desolate plains of Mongolia. A steaming mug of herbal tea was placed in my hands, its warmth seeping into my chilled bones. Elia sat across from me, his gaze serious. "Sarah, your performance against Zylgath was exemplary. To resist such a master of mental manipulation, to help construct that void, it speaks volumes of your fortitude and your unique perspective." He paused, then looked at Alex. "And Alex, your support and counter-psionics were crucial. You both worked as a seamless unit." Alex nodded, accepting the praise with his usual quiet grace. He still carried the shadows of his own encounter, but there was a new strength in his eyes, a deeper resolve. We were bonded by the shared trauma of two different entities and the shared victory. Elias then shifted his gaze to Ronan. "Ronan, your wards and your grounding presence were the bulwark that allowed the ritual to succeed. As always, your strength is unwavering." Ronan simply grunted, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Lyra then spoke, her voice grave. "While we celebrate this victory, the cosmos does not rest. My latest divinations confirm the escalating threat in the Amazon. Anara, the verdant scourge, is stirring. The energy signatures are growing, and the reports are becoming increasingly disturbing." Elias gestured to the sprawling map unrolled on his desk. His finger now hovered over the heart of the Amazon rainforest, over a cluster of symbols that glowed with an ominous, vibrant green. "Anara," Elias began, his voice taking on a familiar, cautionary tone, "is fundamentally different from both Yagarl and Zylgath. It is an entity of life, twisted and corrupted. It seeks to absorb and transform all organic matter into its own alien, verdant ecosystem. Its manifestations are not whispers or physical assaults, but grotesque, accelerated growth, a cancerous proliferation of flora and fauna, mutating and consuming everything in its path." My mind immediately conjured images of the alien landscapes I'd seen in some of the more unsettling texts in the library. Jungles choking themselves with impossibly fast-growing vines, bioluminescent fungi that mimicked flesh, trees with teeth. It was a terrifying prospect, a living, breathing horror that consumed and reshaped. "The reports from our local contacts speak of entire sections of the rainforest changing overnight," Lyra added. "Trees growing to unnatural heights, their bark developing strange, crystalline structures. Rivers choked with grotesque, fleshy plants that pulse with an eerie green light. And animals, once familiar, mutating into predatory forms that serve Anara's will." "And human life?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Elia's face darkened. "Humanity is merely biomass to Anara, a nutrient source. It absorbs, it converts, it grows. Its ultimate goal is to transform entire biospheres into extensions of its own being." He looked at me, his gaze steady. Sarah, you have now faced the void and the shadow. You have demonstrated remarkable adaptability and resilience. Your unique connection to Yagarl and your recent experience with Zylgath have given you an understanding of these entities that few possess. Your ability to perceive the subtle energies, to recognize patterns of corruption, will be invaluable against Thanara. My heart hammered in my chest. This was it, the next assignment, a new horror. Ronan, Elias continued, turning to the formidable guardian. Your physical prowess, your knowledge of protective wards, and your ability to navigate hostile environments will be essential. Thanara's manifestations can be physically dangerous, and you will need to clear a path. Ronan nodded, his expression grim but ready. Lyra, Elias said, your divinations will guide them, but your presence here at the library is crucial for coordinating global efforts. You will provide remote support and analysis of any new energy shifts. Lyra agreed, her gaze already distant, as if perceiving unseen threads of fate. And Alex, Elias concluded, your experience with Zylgath, your sensitivity to ethereal energies, and your counterpsionic talents are unique. We need you to prepare for another deployment to a brewing anomaly in the Middle East. It seems a cult dedicated to a lesser outer being, a creature of arid sands and forgotten lore, has been revitalizing ancient sites. We will dispatch you there once you have recovered. Alex acknowledged the new assignment with a tight nod, a hint of weariness in his eyes, but also a renewed sense of purpose. So it was me and Ronan, a strange pairing, perhaps the raw, new guardian with her heightened senses, and the experienced, battle-hardened warrior. But it made sense. Thanara sounded like a threat that required both brute force and subtle perception. We will depart in 5 days, Elias stated. Ronan will brief you on jungle survival, and I have some specific texts for you, Sarah, concerning ancient Amazonian lore and botanical curses that may shed light on Thanara's methods. The next 5 days were a whirlwind of preparation. Ronan, surprisingly, was a patient and thorough teacher. He taught me the basics of jungle navigation, how to identify poisonous plants and dangerous animals, how to set up traps and shelters, and how to move silently through dense vegetation. He emphasized the importance of physical resilience in an environment that could be as deadly as the entities themselves. We sparred in a specialized training room, mimicking the dense, humid environment of a jungle, practicing close-quarters combat against mutated flora and fauna simulations. His movements were precise, powerful, and utterly efficient. I learned to anticipate, to react, to push my physical limits further than I thought possible. I also spent hours poring over Elias' recommended texts in the library. The emerald tablets of the Elder World indeed held cryptic verses about the verdant scourge, describing it as the root of all hunger, a primordial life force twisted by cosmic interference. I read about ancient indigenous tribes who had fought Thanara for millennia, developing intricate rituals to contain its growth, rituals that involved specific alchemical compounds derived from rare rainforest plants, and chants that appealed to the balance of nature, not its conquest. I learned about the chant of the verdant balance, a complex, rhythmic incantation designed to resonate with the natural life force of the earth, to push back against Thanara's parasitic growth. It wasn't a destructive chant, but a corrective one, seeking to restore equilibrium. This was a war fought with different weapons, not just obsidian daggers and mental shields, but with knowledge of ecology and ancient wisdom. Lyra provided a detailed map of the affected Amazonian region, highlighting areas of rapid, unnatural growth and the location of a small, isolated indigenous village that was reportedly resisting Thnra's influence, using their ancestral knowledge. This village, nestled deep within an untouched part of the jungle, would be our initial destination. The night before our departure, Elias summoned Ronan and me to his study. He handed us each a small, intricately carved wooden amulet, crafted from a dark, dense wood. These are ancient wards, he explained, imbued with the protective essence of the earth. They will help shield you from Thnra's corrosive energies, its ability to warp organic matter. They resonate with the natural balance, a counterpoint to its destructive growth. I felt the warm, earthy presence of the amulet as I clasped it. It felt different from the mental shields I'd used against Yagarl and Zylgath. This was a shield for the body, for the very essence of life. Remember your training, Elias said, his gaze fixed on both of us. Trust the wisdom of the indigenous peoples. They have been fighting this war longer than any guardian. Learn from them. And above all, do not let Thnra's embrace of corrupted life lure you. It is a seductive power, but it leads only to oblivion. Ronan met my gaze, a flicker of something close to understanding passing between us. We were a strange pair, but we were ready. Early the next morning, under the cover of a fading moon, Ronan and I boarded a small, unmarked amphibious plane. It was a long journey, taking us across continents, towards the dense emerald labyrinth of the Amazon rainforest. As the plane dipped below the clouds, the vast, unbroken canopy stretched out before us, an ocean of green that seemed to swallow the horizon. This was a world teeming with life, vibrant and untamed. It was also, I knew, a place where a new kind of horror was taking root. The cargo plane was specifically designed for remote landings, its reinforced hull and powerful engines capable of navigating the unpredictable currents of the Amazon. Below us, the emerald tapestry of the rainforest stretched endlessly, punctuated by the glittering veins of mighty rivers. The air, even from high above, felt thick and humid, a stark contrast to the icy plains of Mongolia. Ronan sat opposite me, meticulously checking his gear. His large rucksack was packed with specialized equipment, environmental sensors, water purification tablets, high-energy rations, and a variety of tools, including a machete that looked more like a short sword. My own pack was lighter, containing my camera, notes on Thnra, and a small, secure case for the obsidian dagger and the newly acquired wooden amulet. The heat will be a factor, Ronan stated, his voice a low rumble, and the humidity. Thnra thrives in it. Be prepared for constant saturation. I nodded, already feeling the oppressive weight of the unseen moisture. My layered Mongolian gear had been replaced by lightweight, quick-drying clothing, but I knew it would be a losing battle against the rainforest's relentless embrace. How do we track something that grows? I asked, thinking of Zylgath's subtle energy signatures. Will the sensors pick up mutations? Ronan pointed to a compact, rugged device clipped to his belt. This is a bioscanner. It detects anomalous growth patterns, accelerated cellular decay, and specific energy signatures associated with Thnra's corruption. Elias and Lyra have calibrated it for this entity. It'll tell us where the growth is most pronounced. He paused, then added, but our best guide will be the locals. They've been living with this for generations. Their knowledge of the flora and fauna and what's unnatural is unparalleled. As we spoke, the pilot, a lean, sun-weathered woman with sharp, observant eyes, signaled our approach. The plane descended, skimming over the canopy, revealing a dizzying maze of interlocking branches and vibrant foliage. The roar of the engines softened as we spiraled down towards a wide, relatively clear stretch of river. The landing was surprisingly smooth, the plane's pontoons gently kissing the surface of the murky water. We quickly disembarked, the sudden silence after the engine's drone almost deafening, filled only by the cacophony of the jungle, a symphony of chirps, buzzes, squawks, and distant howls. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the cloying sweetness of exotic blooms. "Welcome to the Amazon," Ronan grunted, already securing the small inflatable raft we'd use to navigate the river. "Keep your eyes open. This place is alive." The plane lifted off, a shimmering specter disappearing into the vast green ceiling, leaving us truly alone in the heart of the world. Our immediate goal was to reach the village of the Hkanaga, the indigenous tribe Lyra had identified as resisting Thanara. It was several days' journey upriver, deeper into the untouched heart of the jungle. As we began our journey, paddling the small raft against the river's gentle current, I felt a new kind of pressure. This wasn't the mental chill of Zylgath or the raw terror of Yagarl. This was a pervasive, almost suffocating sense of life, but it was a life that felt wrong, overgrown, too eager. Ronan's bioscanner, which he kept active, was mostly silent for the first few hours, indicating a relatively pristine section of the rainforest. The riverbanks were a riot of familiar-looking trees and vines, their leaves glistening with moisture. Monkeys chattered in the canopy, and colorful birds flitted between branches. But as we ventured further, the subtle changes began. First, it was the color. Certain sections of the riverbank, especially where the water was still, began to show patches of an unnaturally vivid green. It wasn't the healthy, variegated green of the rainforest, but a monochrome, almost fluorescent hue that seemed to glow faintly in the shadows. Then came the growth. Vines, thicker than any I'd seen in nature documentaries, began to drape themselves across ancient trees, their tendrils visibly pulsating, growing before my very eyes. Flowers bloomed in bizarre, impossible clusters, their petals unfurling in unnatural speed, releasing an overly sweet, cloying fragrance that made my head ache. Ronan's bioscanner began to emit soft, intermittent beeps. "Energy fluctuations," he murmured, pointing to a thick cluster of emerald-green algae choking a small inlet. "Accelerated growth beyond natural parameters." The further we went, the more pronounced the changes became. The sounds of the jungle grew muted, strangely subdued. The vibrant chattering of monkeys and birds lessened, replaced by a low, pervasive hum that seemed to emanate from the very vegetation itself. It was the sound of unnatural life, an incessant, hungry pulse. We saw our first truly mutated plant after 2 days. It was a massive vine, thicker than a man's torso, that had wrapped itself around an ancient kapok tree. But instead of leaves, it bore strange, fleshy pods that pulsed with the same vibrant green light. And from these pods, thorny, crystalline structures protruded, sharp and jagged, like alien jewels. As we passed, one of the pods visibly swelled, then burst, releasing a cloud of iridescent spores that shimmered in the humid air. "Thanara's touch," Ronan stated, his voice grim. "It alters the very cellular structure. These spores are likely reproductive or parasitic." I quickly activated my camera, capturing images of the grotesque vegetation. The visual proof was disturbing, a testament to the entity's insidious power. That night, as we made camp on a small, sandy bank, The jungle felt less welcoming, more hostile. The air was thick with the cloying, sweet scent of the corrupted flora, and the incessant hum of its growth permeated everything. We built a small fire, its flickering light a fragile barrier against the encroaching darkness. My dreams were restless, filled with images of plants growing over me, enveloping me, transforming my flesh into strange green matter. I woke with a gasp, the wooden amulet clutched in my hand, its warm, earthy presence a small comfort against the nightmare. The next morning, the bioscanner was beeping almost continuously. The riverbanks were now a terrifying spectacle of mutated life. Trees bore strange, glowing fungi that pulsed like diseased organs. Vines writhed across the ground like sentient serpents, and the water itself was thick with bioluminescent algae and strange, root-like growths that tugged at our paddles. "This is too much," I whispered, looking around at the surreal, alien landscape. "The rate of growth is impossible." Ronan's face was grim. "We need to find the Kanaga quickly. They might have a way to slow this down." Suddenly, the jungle's cacophony erupted. A series of piercing shrieks, followed by a guttural roar, echoed from the dense vegetation ahead. "Stay in the raft," Ronan ordered, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his machete. "Something's happening." He pushed the raft towards the bank, securing it quickly. The sounds of struggle intensified, interspersed with sounds of snapping branches and heavy thuds. "Mutated fauna," Ronan murmured, his eyes scanning the dense foliage. Thanara doesn't just affect plants, it corrupts animals too, turning them into extensions of its will. We saw them then, a group of what looked like massive jaguars but distorted, grotesque. Their fur was matted with patches of the vibrant green fungi, their eyes glowed with the same sickly light, and their claws were elongated, crystalline. They moved with unnatural speed and ferocity, cornering a group of human figures. "Naga," Ronan exclaimed. "They're under attack." Without hesitation, Ronan burst from the raft, machete in hand, a blur of practiced movement. He moved with astonishing speed, his large frame surprisingly agile. He intercepted one of the mutated jaguars, his machete flashing, deflecting a blow from its crystalline claws. The creature roared, a sound of corrupted fury, but Ronan was a force of nature. He struck with brutal efficiency, aiming for specific points, disrupting its unnatural vitality. I grabbed my obsidian dagger, my heart pounding, but I knew my combat skills were no match for Ronan's, especially against such monstrous creatures. My strength lay elsewhere. As I watched, one of the jaguars lunged past Ronan, heading straight for the trapped villagers. They were a small group, perhaps 5 or 6, men and women, clad in traditional loincloths and painted with intricate designs. They carried wooden spears, but these seemed woefully inadequate against the monstrous beast. Instinct took over. I thought of Elia's words about Thanara's seductive power, its ability to warp organic matter. I thought of the chant of the verdant balance, the ancient language of equilibrium. I focused my will, pouring energy into the wooden amulet around my neck, feeling its earthy warmth flare. "Eserosna Kealuma," verdant balance. I chanted, my voice loud and clear, drawing on the ancient words, infusing them with my intent. I held out my obsidian dagger, not as a weapon, but as a conduit, pointing it towards the charging jaguar. The effect was not a physical blast, but a wave of pure, harmonious life force, a counter-resonance to Thanara's corruption. The jaguar, mid-leap, faltered. Its glowing eyes flickered, and the vibrant green fungi on its fur pulsed erratically. It landed awkwardly, shaking its head as if in pain. The chant wasn't attacking it, it was disrupting the corruption within it, causing a momentary internal disequilibrium. Ronan, seeing my intervention, took advantage. He moved like lightning, striking down the other mutated jaguars, his machete severing their corrupted energy flows. The creatures collapsed, their unnatural glow fading, their bodies rapidly decaying into a foul-smelling sludge as T'Chunara's corrupting energy receded. The villagers, stunned but safe, looked at us with a mixture of fear and awe. Their leader, a stern-faced elder with piercing eyes, approached us cautiously. He spoke in a language I didn't understand, but his gestures were clear, gratitude and cautious inquiry. Ronan, with his experience in remote regions, responded with a series of prearranged hand signals Elias had taught us for indigenous contact. "We are guardians," he communicated. "We seek T'Chunara. We wish to help." The elder's eyes widened. He then looked at me, specifically at the wooden amulet, and then back at Ronan's bioscanner. A flicker of understanding and perhaps hope passed across his face. He gestured for us to follow. We followed the Hkanaga through a barely visible trail, deeper into the untouched heart of the jungle. Their village was ingeniously hidden, nestled in a natural clearing, protected by a series of wards woven from specific plants and natural elements. It was a place of fragile peace, a pocket of resistance against the encroaching corruption. The villagers, though wary, welcomed us. They shared their food, a simple, nourishing fare of fruits, roots, and smoked fish, and offered us shelter in one of their communal huts. The elder, whose name was Cathar, spoke through a younger member of the tribe, who had learned a smattering of Portuguese from infrequent contact with river traders. "T'Chunara grows," Cathar stated, his voice ancient and grave. "It takes our lands, our animals, even our sacred trees. We use the ancient ways, the songs of balance, but it grows too fast. It grows like a sickness." I showed him my camera, displaying the images of the mutated flora and fauna. Cathar nodded, his expression grim. "It is the scourge. It feeds on all life, but it turns it against itself. It is the hunger that never dies." We explained our mission, our knowledge of T'Chunara, and our intent to seal the breach. Cathar listened intently, his piercing eyes taking in every detail. He seemed to recognize the obsidian dagger and the wooden amulet, his gaze lingering on them. "Your tools are ancient," he said through the translator. "They speak of the old pacts. You are not like the others who come to take, you come to heal." Over the next few days, we worked closely with the Hkanaga. We learned about their ancestral lands, the patterns of T'Chunara's growth, and the locations of its strongest manifestations. Cathar and his people, having lived with this entity for generations, had an intimate understanding of its ecology of corruption. They showed us specific trees that had been revered for centuries, trees that possessed a natural resistance to T'Chunara's influence, their life force acting as natural warding points. They demonstrated their own rituals of balance, rhythmic dances, complex chants, and the burning of specific resins, which, though not powerful enough to fully seal T'Chunara, significantly slowed its growth in their immediate vicinity. Ronan's bioscanner, combined with the Hkanaga's knowledge, helped us pinpoint the primary source of T'Chunara's manifestation. It was located deep within a forbidden section of the jungle, a place the Hkanaga called the heart of consumption. It was a place where, according to their legends, an ancient cosmic seed had fallen millennia ago, slowly germinating and now reaching its terrifying full bloom. The heart of consumption, Cathar explained, his voice low, is where the life force gathers, where Thnara's hunger is greatest. It pulls all growth towards it, changing it, making it part of itself. My mind raced, connecting the dots. Yagarl had been a dimensional breach, Zylgath a psychic anchor. Thnara was a bioorganic nexus, a point where its corrupted life energy was most potent, radiating outwards. What does it look like? I asked. Cathar's eyes held a deep, ancient fear. It is a mountain of flesh, a living temple of corrupted growth. Its roots are deep, its hunger endless. This was going to be unlike anything I had faced before. A living, consuming fortress of alien biology. We relayed our findings to Elias and Lyra via the satellite communicator. Lyra confirmed that the energy signatures from the heart of consumption were indeed escalating dramatically. The ritual of the verdant balance, Elias explained, his voice sounding distant but clear over the comms, requires precise manipulation of life energy. It demands a deep understanding of botanical alchemy and a strong connection to the natural flow of life. You will need Cathar's help, Sarah. He possesses the ancestral knowledge needed to channel the counter-energies. He then added, for Thnara, the sacrifice of light will be one of vital energy. You will need to project a sustained counter-life force, channeling the pure, uncorrupted essence of the jungle back into the breach. It will be incredibly draining, physically and spiritually. I looked at Ronan, then at Cathar. Ronan's strength would be crucial for navigating the corrupted jungle and protecting us from Thnara's mutated creations. Cathar's ancient wisdom was essential for the ritual itself, and I, with my growing ability to perceive and manipulate subtle energies, would be the conduit, the focus. The next day we began our trek towards the heart of consumption. Cathar, despite his age, insisted on accompanying us, bringing with him a small pouch of sacred herbs and an ancient, intricate rattle made of woven vines and polished bone. Two of his younger warriors, agile and fiercely protective, joined us as well, their spears tipped with hardened wood. As we ventured deeper into the jungle, the transformation became absolute. The air grew heavier, thick with the cloying, sickly sweet odor of decay and unnatural growth. The path ahead was choked with grotesquely mutated plants, trees with bark like petrified flesh, ferns with leaves that glittered with crystalline spikes, and flowers that pulsed with an internal, eerie bioluminescence. The ground squelched underfoot, covered in a slimy, phosphorescent moss. Ronan's bioscanner was screaming, its readings off the charts. Every living thing here is corrupted, he grunted, hacking a path through a tangle of thorny, animated vines with his machete. The cellular structure is completely rewritten. The jungle sounds were replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the rhythmic hum of Thnara's growth and the occasional guttural cry of a mutated creature. We saw strange, insect-like beings with too many limbs and reptilian beasts with glowing eyes, their bodies covered in the vibrant green fungi. They seemed to watch us from the shadows, their movements slow and deliberate, as if waiting for a command. My wooden amulet grew warm against my skin, its protective energy constantly at work, shielding me from the pervasive, corrosive influence of Thnara's corrupted life force. I could feel the entity's presence, not as a whisper in my mind, but as a vast, consuming hunger, an alien consciousness that saw the world as nothing more than raw material. After a day of arduous trekking through the increasingly hostile environment, we reached the perimeter of the heart of consumption. It was a clearing, but unlike any clearing I'd ever seen. At its center stood a colossal, pulsating mass of organic matter, a veritable mountain of twisted, bioluminescent flora that reached into the canopy. It was a grotesque, living temple of flesh and plant, pulsing with an internal, vibrant green light that illuminated the entire clearing in an eerie, otherworldly glow. Roots as thick as tree trunks writhed from its base, burying themselves deep into the earth, siphoning sustenance. Strange, bulbous growths protruded from its surface, some resembling grotesque flowers with razor-sharp petals, others like eyes, unblinking and malevolent. It exuded a pervasive, cloying sweetness, like rotting fruit, mixed with the metallic tang of vital energy being consumed. This was Chanara, this was its mouth. The hunger is immense, Cathar whispered, his face etched with ancient fear but also grim resolve. He held his rattle high, its gentle clatter a stark contrast to the monstrous entity before us. It consumes all. Ronan's bioscanner was a constant, frantic wail. The energy flux is off the charts. This is the core. It's actively transforming the ecosystem around it. My own senses were overwhelmed. My connection to Yagarl, usually a distant hum, now resonated with the alien energy of Chanara, a bizarre counterpoint of void and corrupted life. I could almost feel the entity drawing sustenance from the earth, from the very air, its roots like tendrils deep into the planet's lifeblood. We need to establish a safe zone, Ronan stated, his eyes scanning the perimeter. The ritual will leave us vulnerable. The younger warriors, guided by Cathar, began to set up a series of small, intricate wards around the edges of the clearing, using specific vines and crushed herbs, chanting softly in their native tongue. These were their traditional protective measures, designed to slow the encroachment of Chanara. We had studied the ritual of the verdant balance extensively in the library. It required channeling raw, uncorrupted life energy from specific points in the jungle, ancient, healthy trees, untouched springs, and then projecting that pure essence into Chanara's core, effectively overdosing it with balance, restoring the natural order. It wasn't about destroying Chanara, but about forcing it back into dormancy, sealing its breach, starving its corrupted growth. The truth uncovered for Chanara, Elias had explained, is the resonance of primordial equilibrium. It is the universe's natural drive towards balance, a counter to Chanara's insatiable hunger. The ritual required three main components: a conduit for the pure life force, a protective shield against Chanara's corrosive influence, and a focus for the projection of the primordial equilibrium. I would be the conduit and focus. Ronan would provide the protective shield, clearing any direct threats. Cathar and his warriors would tap into the natural life force of the jungle, enhancing the ritual's potency. We need to access those ancient trees, Cathar stated, pointing to three colossal trees, far older and larger than any around, that stood slightly beyond the heart of consumption's immediate perimeter. Their bark was scarred by millennia, but their leaves were a healthy, vibrant green, untouched by Chanara's corruption. They are the wellsprings, the earth's breath. The challenge, of course, was reaching them. The ground between us and the trees was a writhing mass of mutated flora, some of which still twitched with unnatural life, like severed limbs. "We go now," Cathar declared, his voice firm, pointing towards the nearest colossal tree. "While it watches, it expects our fear." Ronan nodded, already moving. His machete, gleaming in the eerie green light, became an extension of his will. He moved with brutal efficiency, cleaving a path through the writhing, thorn-covered vines and sickly glowing fungi. The younger warriors followed, their spears wary, ready to intercept any mutated creatures that might emerge from the shadows. I gripped my obsidian dagger and the wooden amulet, preparing to channel the counter-energies. The ground was treacherous, a carpet of squelching, phosphorescent moss that threatened to trip us. Thick, ropey roots, some as large as anaconda coils, pulsed with a sickening green light snaking across our path. As we drew closer to the heart of consumption, the air grew heavier, the cloying sweetness more intense, almost suffocating. It felt like walking into a living, breathing maw. Suddenly, the monstrous heart stirred. One of its grotesque, bulbous eyes pulsed brighter, and a wave of raw, corrosive life energy washed over us. It wasn't a psychic attack, but a biological one, attempting to accelerate our cellular processes to merge us with its own twisted ecosystem. I felt a momentary dizziness, a strange urge to lie down, to let the jungle embrace me, to become one with its vibrant, though corrupted, life. My wooden amulet flared with warmth, pushing back against the insidious influence. I focused on its grounding energy, on the cool weight of the obsidian dagger in my hand. "It's trying to absorb us," I gasped, my voice strained. Ronan grunted, his face grim. "Keep moving, don't let it get to you." He slammed his machete into a particularly aggressive vine that had whipped out, attempting to ensnare one of the warriors. The vine recoiled, oozing a thick, viscous sap. Cathar chanted softly, rattling his ancient instrument. The sound, a rhythmic, earthy hum, seemed to provide a momentary shield, a bubble of natural balance against Thnara's overwhelming corruption. The younger warriors pressed on, their movements agile and sure-footed, as if they were part of the jungle itself, navigating its hidden dangers with ancestral instinct. We finally reached the first ancient tree. Its trunk was immense, gnarled with age, its bark a tapestry of centuries. A subtle, natural warmth emanated from it, a clean, vital energy that pushed back against the oppressive sweetness of Thnara. Its leaves, high above, rustled gently, a whisper of pure, untainted life. "This is it," Cathar whispered, placing his hand reverently on the tree's bark. "The source, we draw from here." He motioned for me to stand beside him. Ronan took up a defensive position, facing the heart of consumption, his machete ready. The two younger warriors positioned themselves at the periphery, their spears held defensively. Cathar began a low, melodic chant, his voice resonating with the ancient tree. He placed my hand on the bark next to his, guiding me. "Feel the life," he instructed through the translator. "The deep, pure breath of the earth, not the hunger, but the balance." I closed my eyes, focusing on the tree. Slowly, tentatively, I reached out with my internal senses, past the noise of Thnara, past the exhaustion, past the hum of Yagarl within me. I felt it, a vast, calm reservoir of life energy, ancient and unwavering, flowing deep within the tree's roots, rising through its trunk, reaching for the sky. It was a stark contrast to Thnara's frantic, cancerous growth. This was life in its purest form, serene and powerful. As Cathar's chant intensified, a faint, almost imperceptible green light began to emanate from my hands, connecting with the tree's essence. It wasn't the sickly green of Thnara, but a gentle, verdant hue, like new spring leaves. I felt a surge of energy flow into me, clean and vital, pushing back against the draining effect of Thnara's proximity. "Now project," Cathar whispered, guiding my hands, "into the hunger, the primordial equilibrium." I focused my will, drawing on Elia's words, on the essence of the chant of the verdant balance. I visualized a vast, empty space, not of emotion like Zylgath, but of pure, balanced energy. I poured the clean, vital life force from the ancient tree into that mental construct, shaping it, strengthening it. Then, with Cathar's resonant chant as my anchor, I projected it. I pushed that wave of primordial equilibrium towards the colossal, pulsating mass of Th. The reaction was immediate and violent. Th. shrieked, a sound not of anguish, but of pure incandescent rage. The vast, organic mountain pulsed erratically, its bioluminescent glow flaring with terrifying intensity. The ground beneath us convulsed as massive roots erupted from the earth, thrashing like monstrous serpents, aiming for the ancient tree for us. "Hold the line," Ronan roared, his machete ablur. He moved with incredible speed, intercepting the largest roots, severing them with powerful, precise blows. The younger warriors, fearless, engaged the smaller, tendril-like growths, their spears flashing. The air grew heavy with the sickly sweet scent of decay and the metallic tang of vital energy being consumed. Th. was fighting back, accelerating its growth, throwing everything it had at us. The mutated flora around the clearing began to stir, glowing with malevolent intent. Strange, insectoid creatures with too many limbs scuttled from the shadows, their eyes burning green. Cathar's chant grew louder, more urgent, pulling deeper from the ancient tree. I felt its immense power, its deep connection to the earth. I pushed harder, pouring more vital energy into the projection, shaping the primordial equilibrium with every ounce of my will. My mind screamed with the effort. My body felt like it was being stretched to its breaking point, but I held fast. Primordial equilibrium, I chanted, my voice raw, blending with Cathar's. Restore balance, deny the hunger. The gentle green light from my hands intensified, now a blinding emerald beam, striking the pulsating core of Th. The entity roared again, a sound of immense, terrible pain. The colossal mass of mutated flora writhed, its surface bubbling and retracting as if dissolving. The intense, unnatural green glow began to dim, flickering like a dying flame. But it wasn't over. Th. was cunning. It unleashed its most insidious attack yet. Not a physical assault, but a mental one, a seductive whisper directly into my mind, a promise of ultimate, boundless life. Join me, little conduit. Embrace the growth. Become eternal. All life is one. Become perfection. Release yourself to the verdant ecstasy. Images flooded my mind, a world of impossible beauty, every plant shimmering with vibrant energy, every animal a perfect extension of a singular, harmonious consciousness. My apartment not just clean, but transformed into a living, breathing Eden, growing and evolving around me. It was seductive, a promise of escaping the endless fight, of becoming part of something vast and powerful, of ending the pain. But I saw the truth within the illusion. I saw the ultimate goal, absorption, erasure of individuality, a beautiful, terrifying oblivion. It was Zylgath's despair, masked as life. It was Yagarl's rage, disguised as harmony. "No," I screamed, fighting back, forcing the images away. "This is not life. This is corruption. This is hunger." My obsidian dagger pulsed with a cold, grounding energy, helping me anchor myself against the seductive illusion. I channeled the pure life force harder, focusing on the core concept, primordial equilibrium, not endless growth, but perfect balance, not absorption, but harmony. Cathar, sensing my struggle, placed a hand firmly on my shoulder. His gaze was ancient and unwavering. "Balance, Sarah, remember the flow." Ronan, seeing my moment of vulnerability, let out a guttural roar, deflecting a particularly nasty, spiky tendril that lunged for the ancient tree. He was a rock, an immovable force against the chaos. With renewed resolve, I pushed all my remaining strength into the ritual. The emerald beam slammed into Thnra's core, not with destructive force, but with an overwhelming surge of equilibrium. It was like an antidote, flooding the entity's corrupted system, forcing it to recede to find its natural limits. The colossal mass of Thnra began to shrink. Its vibrant green glow faded rapidly, replaced by the dull, earthy tones of decaying vegetation. The grotesque flowers wilted, the crystalline spikes shattered, the pulsating eyes closed. The pervasive hum of unnatural growth died down, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. The ground stopped convulsing. With a final, desperate shudder, the remaining mass of Thnra collapsed in on itself, forming a vast, decaying mound of what looked like petrified wood and withered black leaves. It wasn't destroyed, but it was dormant, sealed back into the earth, its hunger finally sated by forced balance. The immense pressure lifted. The air, though still humid, felt clean, fresh, filled with the natural sense of earth and living plants. The terrifying silence was replaced by the chirping of insects, the distant calls of birds, the gentle murmur of the river. The jungle breathed a sigh of relief. We stood there panting, utterly exhausted but triumphant. Cathar smiled, a deep, ancient satisfaction gracing his lips. He gently clapped me on the shoulder, then turned and spoke to Ronan in Portuguese, a rare gesture for him. "You are a true guardian warrior. You protected the balance." Ronan simply nodded, his large frame slumped in exhaustion, but a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. He sheathed his machete, surveying the now dormant mound of Thnra. It will take centuries for it to stir again, if ever. The balance is restored. The journey back to the Escalating village was a quiet one, filled with a sense of profound peace. The jungle, though still wild, no longer radiated the sickly malevolence of Thnra. The mutated plants had withered, the corrupted animals had either fled or reverted to their natural forms, shedding the green fungi. Life was returning to its natural, vibrant order. The Escalating welcomed us as heroes. They performed a cleansing ritual, honoring the balance restored and the courage of the guardians. We shared a celebratory meal, sitting around a crackling fire, telling stories of the old pacts and the new victory. I felt a deep, resonant connection to these people, to their wisdom, to the ancient fight for equilibrium. The next morning, as the first rays of sun dappled through the canopy, Ronan and I prepared to depart. Cathar presented me with a gift, a small, intricately carved wooden figure, a symbol of the verdant balance, its wood still smelling faintly of the ancient tree. "For the guardian who remembers the earth's breath," he said, his eyes wise. I clasped it, feeling its profound energy. It was a physical reminder of the lesson learned, a counterpoint to the cosmic horrors I'd faced. The amphibious plane met us at the designated river point. As we lifted off, soaring above the vast green canopy, I looked back at the now peaceful jungle. The Thnra breach was sealed, another horror contained. Back at the Grey Library, Elias and Lyra met us with solemn pride. Elias, examining the bioscanner readings, nodded approvingly. "You have achieved a great victory, Sarah Ronan. The Amazon will begin to heal." He then looked at me, his gaze holding a new depth. "You have faced the trio, Sarah. Yagarl, Zylgath, Thnra. Rage, despair, corruption of life. Each has tested you, forged you. You have truly become a guardian." I felt it then, a profound shift within me. The constant hum of Yagarl, though still present, was no longer a burden, but a part of me. a unique sensitivity that had allowed me to perceive these entities in ways others couldn't. My experiences with Alex, with Ronan, with Lyra, and with Cathar had woven a tapestry of resilience, knowledge, and connection. I was no longer the frightened woman from the apartment. I was a guardian, tested and tempered. Later in Elia's study, with Ronan, Alex, and Lyra present, a steaming mug of tea in my hand, I finally felt at peace. The cosmos is vast, Elias stated, his voice resonating with ancient wisdom, and its horrors are many. But so too are the forces that resist them. You, my guardians, are those forces. Alex, recovered from his Zylgath encounter, was preparing for his own mission to the Middle East, a new light of purpose in his eyes. Ronan, ever vigilant, was already reviewing schematics for new warding patterns. Lyra was lost in the shimmering patterns of her divinations, seeking the next threat, the next anomaly. My own path was clear. I had faced the darkness, but I had also found my light. The world was full of terrors, but it was also full of courage, connection, and the enduring power of balance. I was ready for whatever came next. The fight was far from over, but I was no longer just fighting for survival. I was fighting for life, for balance, for the very soul of humanity, and I was not alone.